Hello, hello, and welcome to your channel, Clear Waters. Hello, okay, I can hear myself now. Welcome to your channel, Clear Waters. Tonight we have a live stream with the name My 10 Commandments for God. We are going to tell this God how to behave like a perfect God. Not the way he's acting right now. And for you, believer, I think it's time to do some internal work about this God. So we're gonna check real quick, make sure that our live streams are up and running. Yes, checking the internal audio on both vertical and horizontal. Welcome Hersey 98, welcome Phantom X, welcome. Also TX Dab, thank you for being here. We're gonna be talking about my 10 commandments for God. We're gonna teach this God how to be a perfect God so he can stop behaving the way he is. Of course, if there's a God. So these commandments are more like for believers than a God, but I think you get my message, hopefully. Hopefully the audio is fine, I think. So we're gonna do a presentation about my 10 commandments for God. I know if you're a believer, probably you're gonna be uncomfortable because some believers don't like honesty. Hate it. No, I want my God. Leave me alone with my Savior. I don't want your honesty. I don't want your transparency. Leave me alone. Go away. Shoo, clear waters, stinky waters. Leave me alone with my Savior. I hope you have a little bit of sense of humor. We're going to be talking about my 10 commandments for this awful God so he can start behaving like a real God and not like a crying baby and getting upset for anything. So we're going to wait a few minutes and we're going to do this presentation. In the meantime, let's read some messages in the chat. Hello, Clear Waters. This is Hersey 98. When you start obeying the God of creation, he might pay attention to your rules. I do not care about any God, but he will listen, if it's real, to my commandments that I think he will follow from now on. Probably no human being dares to tell him anything, but I'm gonna dare and tell him what he needs to do in order for us humans to consider him close to a perfect God. Not like the crying baby that he's acting right now. He gets upset, he starts killing. No, that's not a God. So if you believe in this God, probably we can be considering that you have some internal work to do. Mr. Charles Oliver, welcome to the live stream. Hello, Clear Waters and chat. Mr. Dragon Karatzik, welcome to the live stream. Yes, sirree. We're gonna be presenting these 10 commandments for this God of the Bible, for any God, for the God of the Quran, any God that wants to be a God, you must follow these 10 commandments from humans. Otherwise, at least myself, I want nothing to do with you. If you're a crying baby God. Hersey 98. Raffle, you are quite the character, Clear Waters. Welcome, Hersey 98. TX Dab, I found this scripture for you. Okay, Asaya, not interested in the book. Thank you, but I know you mean good, TX Dab, so thank you, appreciate it. I prefer your words, not the words from a person that doesn't know me, never heard me talk, and trying to give me advice 2,000 something years later? No, thank you. Verse 98, you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Use God's name with reverence, respect, and honesty. Remember to keep holy the Sabbath day. Verse 98, this is the reason we are doing this live stream. We're going to tell God how to behave. Stop being a crybaby. Get upset. Someone pays the price. No more. You want our love because apparently you need some human love. Otherwise, you start crying and doing another great flood 2.0, bigger waves, bigger sharks. No, thank you. I think this God of the Bible is going to hear us right now. I think lots of people, I suspect, will agree with these commandments. This is how we can tell closely that we're talking about a perfect God, not an irresponsible God like the God of the Bible that wants to blame anyone but himself. So this is not to try to convince any believers, because for you believer, this belief in God has nothing to do with believing God. This is a crutch that you found to help you walk through life. This is a feel-good source that you found to make yourself feel good. You couldn't care less about the God. It's the feel-good, man. That my Lord and Savior feels good. Leave me alone with my feel-good. You want to take away this feel-good that I have right now? Are you crazy? Clear waters, stinky waters? Leave me alone with this good feeling that I get from believing in this God. I love it. The love, the protection that I feel here. Right. So we're just going to wait 2 more minutes here, and then we're going to do this presentation. I'm going to show you the 10 commandments that any God will have to follow in order to get our attention and our love. We're not going to be accepting any ridiculous, unprofessional, irresponsible, crybaby gods. No more. Mr. Thank you, TXDAP, for confirming. Thank you, appreciate it. Hersey 98, you disobeyed his discipline. Man, thank goodness I learned to disobey shady authorities. I question everything, and I make sure that we are talking about a real God. You haven't found out that we're talking about a fake God, but at least I make you think with these 10 commandments. Think. I don't think you're going to change anything about your beliefs in the God. You need this God in your life, remember? Funny, Hersey 98 writes, funny thing is, I think many have tried to tell him how to behave, and it didn't work out so well for them. Well, this is a reminder. I think mostly these 10 commandments are directed to you, believer, to learn to not follow for any failure of a God. Do not fall for a made-up God, human God. Probably with these 10 commandments, you'll be able to recognize a real God from a fake God, mundane God, made up by other humans. TXDAP Clearwaters, why not seek the Lord? Because there is no Lord. There's only feel good. You're not seeking any Lord, TXDAP. You're seeking the feel good that you get from believing that this God is real and loving. I know you don't understand that, but you will one day. You'll get it. I know that you are a good person. I know that you're smart. It's just a matter of time when you start putting 2 and 3 together, and you're going to find out that the whole thing that you're doing right now is follow something that feels good, not that makes sense. The great old boy. What's going on, old boy? Welcome to the live stream. We're going to show these people how a God should behave, how a God should be doing God work. This is the closest thing to a perfect God. not the ridiculous crybaby God from the Bible. Mock him, he'll get upset. He's going to destroy you because he got offended. So let's jump into this presentation. TXDAP, no sir, I truly found the true and living God. TXDAP, that's what everybody says from their own gods. You know, this is old. You already know this. You know there are people from Quran, other people from other religions say the exact same thing that you're saying. So that's why when people read your comment that this is the true and living God, nobody cares. Probably only believers that believe that the same God that you believe is real. But nobody else that can that is not invested in this God emotionally, in this God that you believe is real. They're gonna see what you're doing right now. You're protecting your feelings. You're doing this believing because it makes you feel good. There's nothing else. Nothing. Nada. Hersey 98, dude, I have been following this God longer than you have been alive. I've seen him work in miraculous way in my life. Yes, Hersey 98. Whatever the God does to you for some reason and coincidentally, it's gonna feel good to you, right? And whatever he has done to you, also coincidentally, you cannot demonstrate to anybody. So this is not about believing in God, Hersey 98. This is about you and your feelings and some data that you got from a book. You can do the same thing with any God from any religion. In fact, you can do this with anything that gives you a feel-good sense, to give you some meaning in your life. So let's jump into this presentation about my 10 commandments. So if you're a believer or a non-believer, man, sit down, relax. If you're driving, please just listen, not be watching do not be looking at the screen right now. You're going to hear me read these 10 commandments. So, I mean, believer right now, these 10 commandments are not to be offending to anybody. This is my point of view. This is my opinion. And this is how I probably could tell that we're talking about a real God and not a fake, mundane God, man-made God, which I think the God of the Bible sounds very, very, very like human-like. You know, gets jealous, gets upset. It's no real God. But let's talk about these 10 commandments. Let's read one more message before we jump into the presentation. Larry the Tapeworm. Glad to see that your channel is getting more subs. You absolutely deserve it. Have you thought about collabing with other ATS live streams on here? Larry the Tapeworm, thank you very much for that message. Yes, I have to thank the people that have subscribed to this channel, you know, and people that participate in these live streams and watch all my videos and my shorts. If anything, you know, is thanks to you, to them. No, I was talking recently to Skeptic, I don't remember the second part about collab, but nothing in concrete. And just to clarify, I'm not an atheist. I don't consider myself an atheist, but I'll be willing to have a conversation with anybody, believer, non-believer, it doesn't matter. Because if I get to have a conversations about us human beings, I'll be happy to have a conversation. Not necessarily, I'm not interested in having a conversation about any God, but if that conversation will lead to end up talking about us human beings, yeah, I'll be happy to do it. Not very fun to participate in debates. I don't like to waste my time. So thank you, everybody. So let's jump to this presentation. Okay, so after I do this presentation, today we're gonna do something different. For anybody, after I'm done with the presentation, you want to call in and have a conversation with me, we're gonna keep it or try to do our best to keep it, the conversation in the calls to the subject of the live stream. I was remembering the last few live streams, people were pointing out that we were not talking about the topic of the live stream. And after I thought about it for a little bit, I'm like, you know what? If I put myself on the shoes of people participating in the live stream, I'll be like, hey, you know, I click probably most likely because I saw the title and you're talking about something else. I don't appreciate it. So I try to listen to your suggestions, your feedback. I appreciate it. So we're gonna try to keep anybody calling in, keep talking about this subject about the Ten Commandments. So I have a question for any caller that has to do with the subject in hand. So let's jump to the first commandment. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? This is how I can tell that we're talking about a perfect God, not like the God of the Bible. So, number 1, you shall not murder. This is directly to a God. No commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings. I don't care if you think that they are wicked. I don't care if you were offended. You do not kill human beings. I don't care if you made us. If you do some killing of human beings, I know that you're not a God. That's my number 1 commandment to any God that wants to be a God. Let's jump to number 2. Very clear, God. Very clear to you. Number 2, no blood sacrifices. Forgiveness and reconciliation should not depend on death, suffering, or shedding of blood. In other words, no more violence. That is one of the reasons why most people on this earth do not want anything to do with this God of the Bible, because most people on this earth are not into violence. So, God, for you, commandment, no more blood sacrifices. Number 3, of course, no eternal punishments. No finite human action should justify infinite or eternal suffering. Only a psycho, horrible, violent, bloody, crazy in the head, cuckoo God will do such a horrible act to a human being that cannot defend themselves against this horrible God. So, God of the Bible, I hope you're listening. No more eternal punishments. Otherwise, more and more people are going to turn them back on you. So if you want to be a perfect God, no more eternal punishments. Number 4. Number 4 commandment for God. Accept your responsibility as God. As the creator of the universe and humanity, you are responsible for the world you created and the suffering that exists within it. God, I hope you're listening right now. No more blaming humanity, no more blaming creation for the fault of your creation. No more. Accept your responsibility as God and fix things. If you think that you created imperfect humans, fix it yourself. Don't blame humans for your mistakes. Commandment number 5 for God. No more invisibility. No invisibility. If you want a relationship with humanity, you must reveal yourself clearly and openly to everyone. No, but God cannot be visible because, what would happen? No. I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm giving you a commandment right now. If you want to be a perfect God, you cannot be playing games of hide and seek. So, my commandment for this God or any God, you must be visible. If you play the invisibility game, people are gonna create their own versions of different gods. People are not gonna be interested in you. So no invisibility. This is one of the main reasons we have all these conflicts between believers and non-believers. As long as the God is invisible, there's always going to be conflict and division. So, commandment number 5 for this God is no invisibility. Let's go with number 6. Of course, no emotional manipulation. You want to be God? You want us to love you? You want our energy and attention? No more emotional manipulation, because more and more people in this world are starting to notice a problem with this God. Manipulation. So, love, devotion, and morality should not be based on fear, guilt, threats, or promises of reward. You want to write a book on how to manipulate people from the example of this God of the Bible. Emotional manipulation taken to a whole new level. So, my number 6 commandment for God is no emotional manipulation. Let's go with commandment number 7. Of course, devil no more. Do not create, empower, or allow a supernatural being whose role is to deceive, tempt, or harm humanity. This is one of humanity's biggest problems and headaches, and God just sit down and watches happening. In reality, God cannot get rid of the devil, this God of the Bible, because the emotional manipulation and the emotional polarity has to be there. But as long as this God creates a polarity, like using the devil, no God. A real God, a perfect God, doesn't allow a devil to cause so much suffering in humanity. So you have to deal with the God. You have to deal with yourself being imperfect and dirty and sinner. And you also have to deal with an evil entity. No. So you want to be a perfect God? Devil no more. Number 7. Now let's jump to number 8. Of course, the king of excuses. Number 8 commandment is no excuses. Power, mystery, or claims that humans cannot understand your ways are not sufficient answers for unnecessary suffering. No excuses. Number 9. Let me fix the horizontal a little bit. It's a little bit on top. There you go. Number 9, commandment for God. You shall make no covenants with anyone. Period. A perfect God should not require contracts, special agreements, or conditions in exchange for love, protection, or favors. Yes, no covenants. Nope. Perfect God, no covenants, no contracts for exchange of protection and favors. What is this? Some mafia God. No more. And number 10. This is a big one. Are you ready for number 10? Man, there's a mosquito here. Number 10. God, your number 10 commandment, you will respect human beings and animals. All sentient beings deserve compassion, dignity, and protection from unnecessary suffering. No more killing of animals and human beings in sacrifices or great floods. Number 10 commandment for God is you will respect human beings and animals. Those are my 10 commandments for any God that is closest to perfect. Unlike the God of the Bible. If the God of the Bible is real, which I think is not, if it's real, you will follow these 10 commandments because apparently you cannot figure it out yourself. So I'm going to tell you how to run humanity at least. I'm not sure about the universe. Probably I can tell you about the universe, how to run it in another video. But you will not continue with this idiotic way to run a world and humanity. These are my 10 commandments for you. So, my question for you, believer or unbeliever, if you want to call in, I'm going to ask you this question. Do you agree with these commands for God or not? Just tell me your opinion, your way of thinking, and probably if you're a believer, we can understand something about yourself. And the reason you believe in this crazy cuckoo in the head God from the Bible. I hope that the God of the Bible, if it's real, he was taking notes, because human beings, at least a great part of the human beings, are not willing to take this idiotic way to run a world. No more, sir. No more obedience with no sense. So that's my presentation about my 10 commandments for a perfect God, or closest to the perfect God. Let's jump into the chat, or if anybody that wants to call in, I share the link of the Discord on the chat. You can just click on it or copy paste and you get to call in. Remember, please, I'm gonna do something different thanks to your feedback, viewers, about trying to keep the conversation related as close as possible to the topic in hand. All right, let's read some of these messages. Thank you, Dragon Karatsik, for suggesting hitting that like button. Appreciate it. If anybody, you think there's value in this information or in this channel, you're more than welcome to subscribe. You're more than welcome to put a like, and I don't mind at all if you want to share these videos or use them on your channel. I don't mind at all, at least right now. I think this information has to be shared, so I don't want to be selfish. Let's spread this information to anybody. How about we correct ourselves and think more clearly and not emotionally? Mr. Old Boy, I like this one because God is textbook manipulator. The things a psychologist has to say about manipulators applies perfectly to the Bible God. Says Old Boy. Thank you, Old Boy, for that message. Diba Don't Play, he's basically describing how God people will be living and interacting with God on the new earth? Have you ever done miss out on God's free gift of everlasting life? Not interested in the God of the Bible. For me, it's like a crybaby God, gets offended very easily, very manipulative. So if any God is out there, has to follow this 10 commandments in order to get my attention and my love. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with any of these available gods right now. Mr. Dominic, welcome to the live stream. Diva is going to burn for being a heretic. Oh man, that's interesting. Diva don't play. The new earth is gonna be perfect. Yeah, the next one. It's always in something in the future. Diva don't play. Coincidentally, it's always in the future. There's gonna be a new earth. There's something that's gonna happen when we die. It's always in the future. But as in right now, we are experiencing a horrible crybaby God that gets very easily offended. So this is supposedly our reality right now, that we have to deal with this crazy God that is trying to manipulate human beings. Very sad, very sad. This is not a real God. So let's read some of the messages on the horizontal. Unbelievable, there's people on the horizontal. Wow, there's a few messages down there. Wow, there's a lot of messages on the horizontal. Wow. So some of the recent messages, TXDAP says, Clear Waters, may God have mercy on your soul. This God, in order for me to believe in him, he will have to follow these 10 commandments. Otherwise, I don't want anything to do with this crazy God. And these 10 commandments are also for you, TXDAP. That's how you can tell that we're talking about a real God or like a fake God, man-made God from the Bible. That you should not be following this God. I don't know what's wrong with you. Hersey 98, no, I don't agree, but my agreement doesn't matter, as I cannot change the way God of creation expects us to behave. You are, Hersey 98, at his mercy. That's why you love the God, because if you don't love the God, you're going to pay the price. You're going to pay the optimum price for not loving him. You're going to be destroyed for eternity in an eternal fire that will never stop. TXDAP, I don't have proof anything to you. God has a way to reveal himself unto you. He's not going to reveal himself to me, because if he does, I'm going to tell him to go away. Don't like violent gods in my life. Larry the Tapeworm, Hersey, that's not being moral. That's just might makes right. TXDAP, God is God right now, today. If you hear my voice, harden not your heart. TXDAP, I hope that you come back to your senses and be an honest human being again, and stop fooling yourself with this idea of this loving God from the Bible that sounds extremely human. Hersey 98, nah, Clearwater's my God has a perfect plan. No, he doesn't. He's a horrible God. Very violent, and most people on this earth recognize it, that this God most likely is man-made. And that's why I'm trying to bring awareness to people to put these 10 commandments back on the God to see if it makes sense. If the God is being violent, manipulates people emotionally, that's not a God. Diva don't play. No more killing, no more death, no more evil. We all get to see God in person. All the people and animals will have peace, no more Satan, and everybody will live happily ever after. That sounds like some movie from Disney, Disneyland. That doesn't sound like reality. Dragon Karatse, cause you say so, Diva. Sure. Charles Oliver at Diva, too bad your deity couldn't have gotten it right the first time. You have no guarantee it will remain that way. Yeah, it just takes for the God of the Bible to change his mind and go back to violence. Riva, don't play because the Bible says so. Fortunately, most people in this world have a little common sense and we don't believe in the book. Mr. Larry, the tapeworm, Hersey 98, if it was perfect, he wouldn't have to send Jesus to die for his own F-ups. Yes. If God's plans get easily derailed by mere mortals, then God isn't all-powerful. Common sense, Larry. That's common sense, my friend. Yes. TXDAP is been since December 12, 1984. I have heard his voice and I started following TXDAP. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. But most people in this earth don't care no more about listening to any violent God's voice. So I think more and more God is losing his grip on humanity. Of course, the God of the Bible, the man-made God, is losing grip on people. I think people are starting to get more informed. People are getting this type of content. They're listening. They are being aware. And so you're going to find yourself more and more lonely believing these crazy gods just because you're sold your soul for a feel good. Charles Oliver, the Bible has been wrong about a lot of things. If it was right, the world would be perfect now. Dragon Karaksik, how many things Bible has to get wrong so we say it's not true? Diva don't play it. Charles Oliver, you're welcome to your opinion. Charles Oliver, Diva, the funny thing is Yahweh could decide to just destroy everything and start over, and you still have to call it good. Anything that got out of the Bible, you have to call good. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen if you say something that God will consider as you not being loving back to him, he will destroy you. So leave Larry the tapeworm. The God of the Bible is an abusive partner that beats you, then tells you, see what you made me do? Exactly, Larry the tapeworm. Yes. Tell this and explain this to believers. Phantom X, yeah. Charles Oliver, the world is perfect, obviously. Diva don't play, why wouldn't I love God? Not only he created me and gifted me my own personal life, he's given me a wonderful family, and then cherry on top is that he died for me so I can spend eternity with him. Diva don't play, man. I'm so happy that you have a good life. You're happy with your family while the rest of the world is burning up. That's one of the things that I learned when you turn into a believer in one of these crazy gods. You turn yourself into a very selfish person. But that's just my point of view. Hersey 98, it was perfect and Jesus Christ was the perfect sacrifice. One commandment clear waters got right was there's no need for more blood sacrifices. Thank you, Hersey 98. You're gonna start connecting 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Then you're gonna find another commandment that is gonna make sense to you. Respect human beings. Don't be abusive to human beings that cannot defend themselves against a God, a brutal God. TXDAP, people are losing faith. Of course they're going to lose faith. People are starting connected that this God is made up. TXDAP, thank you for praying for me. I know you mean good. I think that most of the time praying is for the lazy. But I know you mean good. So, thank you. Hersey 98, your following him is the free will he gave us. But each of us will have to answer for our wrongs. But if we have accepted him, he has forgiven and forgotten your sin. Hersey 98, what you're saying right there makes absolutely no sense. And I'm not being, negative or want to be negative to you. No. There's an idea. There's no free will, my friend. What free will the people in the Great Flood had? They wanted to live life. They wanted to be with their families and see what happens. They have no free will. The God did whatever He wants with them. Destroy them, destroy their lungs, drown them, men, women, and children, pregnant women, babies. Very, very extremely awful God. I'm gonna be going around the commandments so you can read them because they will make sense to you. You should not murder. No commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings. I don't care if this God thinks that we're wicked. No killing. We cannot defend ourselves. This is like coming to a fight with a baby with a gun. You're coming with a gun and you're gonna fight a baby. Has no way of defending himself. Every time you tell me that God is loving, I'm gonna tell you the great flood. So you come back to your senses. Oh boy, an abusive overlord, it was not to love. Pretty easy. Diva, don't play. Oh boy, I love that God is so good that He must punish all things evil. That's called justice. Diva, don't play. In my point of view, that's a brutal lie. What you just said right there. Punish all things evil. Has He punished the devil? No. Has He destroyed the devil? No. He's still going around, making people's life miserable and taking away their salvation. And God is doing nothing about it. So please, Diva, don't lie like that, man, because that God punishes evil, no, that's a humongous lie. He kills for no good reason. He destroys people for no good reason because people cannot defend themselves against this brutal, awful, crazy, cuckoo in the head God. Verse 98, they wanted to live in sin before the flood. He had to destroy sin. No, verse 98, this is what you say when you are a believer. You can say that God killed men, women, and children, and babies, and pregnant women. He was not destroying sin. He was cuckoo in the head. Crazy in the cabeza, Gone. This God was blaming His creation for the flaws of His creation. He should not have created human beings with the ability to sin, period. But He wanted to play games. Now human beings in the year 2026 are starting to understand that this God is a horrible, brutal God that is manipulating people by giving them a candy of feel good. Out of Babylon, welcome to the live stream. Satan or the devil is in us. That's why we see the awful things we see. TXDAP, before the flood, the evil angels had relationship with the woman on the earth, and the offsprings were always committing evil constantly, so God sent the flood to destroy the wickedness. So what happened to the devil? TXDAP, did God destroy the devil if He's so just God and imparting justice? How come the devil still doing harm to people? This is one of the biggest lies from this God of the Bible, that He's being righteous and imparting justice only to human beings, not to the devil. Humongous lie. Mr. Old Boy, justice from himself. Made perfect sense, Diva. He created the problem and the solution. Yes, exactly. Diva, don't play Javier selfish. I'm here daily sharing the truth and my amazing testimony of all of us. So all of you could also decide become born again. Selfish is never sharing the truth of any of you. Diva, don't play. I know, man, that you are a good person, a man of family. In my point of view, something went wrong. In my point of view, okay, I know you don't agree. For you, something good. But in that goodness, something went wrong. Uh, you want to take people down with you towards this horrible God just because you're friends with the bully. But if you step out of line, Diva, you're gonna pay the price. So you have to behave yourself, walk on the right side of the path, and everything is gonna be good for you. But don't dare have a bad thought about God, because you ultimately you will pay the price forever and ever. Charles Oliver is pointing out at Diva, that says a lot about you, nothing about the God you cannot demonstrate. Yes, Charles Oliver, you are seeing that Diva is expressing things about him that he's enjoying. He's getting emotional benefits from this God. He's getting love and he's getting special favors and protection. But probably end up like a lot of people, good people, loving people from God, end up in hell because they sleep one day and they were not aware that they lost they saving. They're no longer saved. They don't know it. Diva don't play, Javier. He will at the end of time. Diva don't play. People are starting to understand more and more that everything with God is sometime in the future. It's a big humongous lie. This is putting the carrot in front of the donkey. Yeah, you one day will get it. Keep walking. No, Diva don't play. People are not falling for this God trick anymore. That's why we are talking about these 10 commandments that we're putting God or telling God that he has to follow. Oh boy, you too far gone, Diva. He's here for people that might change their mind. You already proved you chose Christianity out of convenience with your testimony. You never try anything else. In other words, you feel good and you don't want to let go of that feel good. You will never let go of that feel good. Nobody will take you away from that feel good. Oh boy also writes, you went with the first options instead of truly understanding what else is out there. Diva don't play. Oh boy, you chose Jesus Christ yourself for 15 years. Just because you change your mind doesn't mean I have to. You don't have to, Diva. You don't have to let go of the good feelings you're getting from this horrible God. Someday you will understand that you feeling good with a bully doesn't mean that the bully is good for you. Don't step out of line, and the dictator bully will not turn against you. But you know what's going to happen if you step out of line. You're going to pay the optimum price. TXDAB, Satan has been put in a prison on the sides of the bottomless pit. Still, his spirit is upon the earth. Yeah, TXDAB, blah, blah, blah. He's still on earth. He's still doing his stuff, and God is not getting rid of him. The effects is the same. Hersey 98, don't you want to be loved, Clearwater? Hersey 98, were you asking me, Javier or Clearwaters, don't you want to feel good? Don't you want the goodies that God has for you? Hersey 98, probably God's love will feel awesome to me, but I know this is some fake love coming from a bully, a terrible, violent entity that for me is the example of what evil is. No, thank you. I'm not full of fear that I'm gonna bend my knees to a horrible dictator. No, thank you. And just for a good feeling, a cheap good feeling? No, thank you, my friend. I'll stand with my other human beings that are trying to be honest, transparent, and try to have some decency in this life. TXDAP, one day Satan death will be cast into a lake of fire. Yeah, always in the future, TXDAP, always in the future. Hersey 98, but it's not the reason I follow him. I see him work in my life. Hersey 98, in your life, in the rest of the world, in your life, in TXDAP's life, and whoever believes in him. But this is very extremely problematic. You don't understand that you keep talking about the crazy cuckoo in the head God that when gets enraged start killing for no reason and start killing in masses. He start commanding to kill people. This is a horrible God. And you apparently have no problem with violence. As long as the violence is not directed towards you, you're perfectly fine with it. TXDAB is not a feel good. It is a change of heart and a glorious hope. Yeah, change of heart and glorious hope has to do with feel good. Hersey 98, let me tell you from personal experience. Oh, why are you going to tell me from personal experience? Come on. Oh, I don't always feel good. Yeah, you know how many believers tell me the same thing. It feels good knowing that you're friends with the bully. It makes you feel good. He's not directing his violence toward you, and that makes you feel good. I felt plenty of hurt, but I know that wasn't God's plan. But because men chose to sin, they brought evil into this world. Hersey 98, that makes absolutely no sense. I know, Hersey 98, that you are a beautiful, awesome, smart human being that is infected with a virus called the God of the Bible. I look forward for one day for you to come back to your senses and just drop this horrible doctrine that you adopted into your life just because it makes you feel good. Diva, don't play at all, boy. When you find a religion or philosophy that is more reliable and more trustworthy than Jesus Christ is, you will please tell me about this better option. Blessings, because oh boy, Diva Don't Play is telling you that he feels very good with this one that he has right now. So if you have something better that is going to make him feel more good and more beautiful feelings than what he's feeling right now, probably he will be interested in your religion. But right now, this one makes him feel very good. It gives meaning to his life. It gives him direction. So he's getting a lot of emotional benefits from this belief. So why in the world would he let go of this belief? That's why I say continue believing. But we will continue pushing back on people's accepting these horrible doctrines. I don't want to be born again. No, thank you. I don't want to be fooled and control my thoughts just because I'm being offered a good feeling. This is like smoking a joint and then feeling good and then changing your thoughts just because you're feeling good about something. Feeling good is not a good way to find truth. In my humble opinion, probably is the worst way. Old boy is saying to Diva, I have nothing to offer you that feels better than your current God. I suspect this is about feelings, not about a God. You know, it makes sense for Diva to say that it's not feels better, but what is more reliable and trustworthy of being true reality. So I would guess that something that is reliable and trustworthy is on the positive side of feelings. It feels good to have something that is reliable and trustworthy, but you're not gonna convince Diva otherwise, and that makes sense. I would not want to change his mind because I don't have anything better to offer him that feels better than the God that he believes is real. Oh boy, Christianity is the drug for you. I try not to do drugs. I think the truth is clear and Clear Waters keeps repeating it. Diba, don't play, old boy. Jesus Christ, help me to stop cold turkey doing all them drugs and stuff. Probably Diva don't play stumble upon something that we do not understand and he's labeling it God. But that's his choice and we ought to respect it. Larry the Tapeworm, religion is useful for elites because it takes complex geopolitical problems like wealth, inequality, and reduces it to some useless abstract battle between good and evil, and it's meaningless. What you just described right there, Larry the Tapeworm, is what I call a emotional polarity. You can get people to move in a certain direction by creating an emotional polarity, something that feels good against something that feels bad. You can direct masses by doing that. Diva don't play. Jesus Christ, help me to stop engaging in sexual immorality as well. Amazing grace. Well, imagine someone that has lost a family member that people were praying to God, getting on their knees to please heal their loved one, and God ignored them, but change Diva don't play's sexual desires. Wow. I think that God must love very much Diva don't play and hate other people. So that makes sense that Diva don't play is like, man, I'm not gonna lose this opportunity. The most powerful bully in the universe is my friend. He loves me. He does special favors for me. Why would I change my mind? Are you crazy? I'm not gonna drop the God of the Bible. He's the most powerful being in the universe. I don't care if he kills human beings because he's violent. He's doing special favors for me. He loves me. He changes me. He gave me a new life. I don't care if your family member died. That's your problem. Maybe he was evil. Maybe he was a sinner, but I'm God's chosen one. He loves me and he does a special favor, especially sexually changes in my life. Larry the Tapeworm, sexual immorality isn't a thing. As long as the people you're engaging with are consenting adults, that's all that matters. I agree. You can talk to people, tell them what you want to experience. They approve, you guys do your thing. That might look immoral to another person, but you know, if we're adults and we can make agreements and respect each other's decisions. Diva don't play, Javier, you completely reject Jesus Christ, right? 100%. I don't want anything to do with some son of some bully, some crazy God. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't care if he's going to give me some goodies that are going to make me feel good. He's going to give me a joint that is going to make me feel good and I'm going to be flying in there in love. No, thank you. And it seems like you have pretty good life at this present time. So why you mad, Javi? I am not mad. I'm upset. If I'm upset at myself for allowing myself to be convinced from some stupid information from other people that just put me in a place where I lack freedom in my life. So I'm pushing back right now. I wanna be more free myself, to spend more time with my family. I want to be um, financially free also, and I'm working on that right now. You will see it on this channel soon, hopefully. I'm gonna share what I'm doing, so maybe people can also expand in their lives financially. Yeah, I want to make this world a better place, and that's why I'm telling these gods, these horrible gods, they must follow these 10 commandments in case they want to at least a little bit me considering myself looking their way. TXDAP, God works in mysterious ways. No more. No more. Continue watching the screen. I'm gonna be going through the 10 commandments. No more mysterious ways. The mafia also works in mysterious hidden ways. No more. We don't want invisibility. We don't want mysteries from any god. No more. TXDAP, brother, clear waters. I too lost a loved one. Wow. TXDAP, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know how that feels. So TXDAP, you know, we don't agree in our beliefs, but I respect you, and I know how exactly that must have felt. So I hear ya. Hersey 98, Clearwaters is going to be his own god. No, just because I want to be, I'm tired of being dishonest. I want to be honest. I want to have some transparency, do things, I don't know, the right way for myself, for my family, for this country, for this world. So that doesn't mean that I want to be my own god. I just want to be honest. That's it. I don't want to be following any crazy gods and giving away my humanity just because I want to some infinite powerful entity to protect me and do some special favors for me. I'm not interested into that. I'm not gonna sell my soul to one of these entities. Larry the Tapeworm, Hersey 98, you're committing the equivocation fallacy through your use of the term God. Us rejecting the cult doesn't mean we think we are a god. Hersey 98, let me know how that works for you in the end, Clearwaters. Hersey 98, I'm not going to tell you that because when at the end, we're not going to be able to communicate. I don't know. But as in right now, I'm going to tell you how it is. And this God will follow these commands. Mr. Jeremy Warford, welcome, welcome. Diva don't play. I say Javier should turn to Jesus Christ because after death, he's going to have to stand before a holy, perfect God. Jesus Christ is offering him totally forgiveness and everlasting life. No, thank you, Diva, no. First of all, this God and Jesus will have to follow these commands. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with them. I just hope that in hell they have some Starbucks or some place so I can drink coffee and that's it. I don't know. Probably it's going to be too hot. Maybe they have some ice cream. I don't think so. No, thank you. I'm not going to sell my soul to one of these horrible entities just because they're making me feel good. Feel good is how they get you, Diva. Feel good. Remember those words. Look at yourself in the mirror. Clearwaters is saying they're getting me because it feels good. They're not letting me think correctly because of the emotional benefits. The emotional charge is so good I cannot think very well. People do road rage because of how they feel, not because how they think. The God has me in the emotional. He grabbed me by the emotional balls. And I cannot think very well. They keep telling me that this God is horrible. Why they say that? This God feels good. It's just a matter of time, Diva. It's just a matter of time. Diva, don't play. That's the absolute objective truth. You know, thankfully, Diva, people are more and more starting to understand that whenever you say that, people are understanding that you're talking about your truth. That is your objective truth. You cannot think very well because you're full of emotion. You cannot think critically. That's understandable. It's going to be a matter of time. Charles Oliver, Diva, there is one of those commandments Javier says God has to follow. No threat or rewards. Yes, let's continue showing. Number 4, I'm going to flip through these commands. Probably one of these commands will click on the hearts of one of these believers. Accept your responsibility as God. As the creator of the universe and humanity, you are responsible for the world you created and the suffering that exists within it. In other words, don't blame your creation. Don't blame your creation for the faults of your creation. This is your fault, not our fault. You created us. You fix it without killing us or making us suffer for eternity. Oh boy, it's correcting Diva. Subjective opinion is what you meant to say. Diva, don't play, no threats, just a loving warning. No, we don't see it as a warning. We see it as you expressing your feelings. And you are sharing with us how you were persuaded to believe in this horrible God, because you cannot think very well as long as you feel good. You will not let go. This is the only thing that you have in your life. This is the only thing that gives meaning to your life. Please don't let go of the God right now unless you have a safety net, which I don't think you have. Diva, don't play. It's just like the police. Oh boy, yeah, if the police made the crime, they are trying to stop. Diva, don't play. You break the law, you go to prison. Diva, don't play. You commit sin, you go to hell. Let's keep flipping to this. Number 5, no invisibility. If you want a relationship with humanity, you must reveal yourself clearly and openly to everyone. No more hiding and seek. Human beings do not want to play these games anymore. Oh boy, yeah, seems like something some human would say in regards to Diva. You break the law, you go to prison. Diva, don't play. It's not rocker surgery. It's feelings, Diva. It's feelings. Larry the tapeworm, Diva, don't play. False comparison. You get a trial when you break the law. At least with God, you get collective punishment. The rest of humanity was punished because of what Adam and Eve did. Diva, I think what Larry the tapeworm just presented to you is not rocket surgery. Very easy to understand. Diva, don't play. We humans get our values of justice from God because we are all made in God's image. That's a generalization. I don't get my values from a violent God. I think we had to get that clear. Larry the Tapeworm, Adiba don't play. That's the sort of thing North Korea does. They do collective punishment. That reminds me to go to number 6. No emotional manipulation. Love, devotion, and morality should not be based on fear, guilt, threats, or promises of reward. Listen up, believers. This is how you can tell that we're talking about a real God and not a fake God from the Bible. Larry the Tapeworm, Adiba. Wrong. Humans are social creatures. That's where we get our values of justice. Oh boy, Adiba, you just made that up. Larry knows what's up. Oh boy, Larry are very clear on this emotional thingy. Adiba, don't play at Larry. Thankfully, God is all-knowing, so his justice will be absolute, most perfect, and righteous. This God is not all-knowing. For some reason, he doesn't know if you're going to be safe or not. And this God is not all-loving at all. This God is crazy in the head. Very violent. Larry the Tapeworm, Adiba, how do you know God is all-knowing? All-knowing. Dragon says God told him. Oh boy, I would rather believe in nothing than anything. Whoa, that's deep. Oh boy, that's good. I'd rather believe in nothing than anything. Yeah, that's like, trying to be cautious about letting information get into your system, because it could be corrupted and you will find out too late. It's already in your system. You're infected. Pantomex, if you kill anything in nature, you get reincarnated as a beetle. Okay. Charles Oliver, or a beetle. Pantomex, well, a beetle would be an upgrade. Diva don't play. Of course, he knows if you're gonna be safe or not. Didn't we cover this like 10 times before? Yeah, Diva don't play. I'm not gonna waste any energy on that. The God feels good. You're not gonna be able to understand anything, just that God feels good. I'm not gonna explain it to you again, that it doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction. That God knows everything, and he also knows that you're gonna be safe or not, but he doesn't know. People are not falling for that trick anymore. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, number 7, devil no more. Do not create. This is the 10th commandment for God. Do not create, empower, or allow a supernatural being whose role is to deceive, tempt, or harm humanity. You dare to kill human beings because they were wicked? The devil is the king of wicked, and you don't get rid of him. Yep, this is not a God. This is some group of people, or some guys that created this God from the Bible. Not a very good story. Diva don't play, but he's not causing you to become safe or not. He's just that knowledge. That makes absolutely no sense. No sense. I know I'm gonna give you 2 choices for a house that I'm gonna offer you, but I know already that you're gonna choose house A. So what am I gonna build house B for? If I already know that you're gonna choose house A, I'm gonna save my time and my money. I'm not gonna build 2 houses if I already know that you're going to house A. You cannot think critically, in my point of view, when you are in love with a woman, when you are in love with a God. How can I explain this to you? If you know the end already, why would you get anybody a choice? This is playing games. I'm gonna see if Diva is gonna make the right choice. I already know what he's gonna choose. Unless I'm missing something, it just makes absolutely no sense. But this is for the feel good people. This is not, it's not supposed to make sense to you. Just feel good and shut up. Don't be trying to be smart. Don't be asking questions. Just say that you understand it. Love the God loves you, and everybody's happy. Forever after. Charles Oliver. Diva, that's just nonsense. Someone else telling you the same thing, maybe because it's nonsense. That's like science experiment you already have the results for because you created the universe. The experiment is pointless. You created all the options available. You know what you're going to choose, but let's let him choose anyway. So he thinks that he's choosing when he's not in reality choosing, because before I created Diva, I already know what he's going to choose. So let's pretend that I don't know and let him choose when I already know what he's going to choose. And if he chooses something else, of course he's not going to be able to, because I already know his choice. It makes absolutely no sense. But again, this is for the person that is in love with the God, not for the person that is thinking, in my point of view. Diva, don't play. God loves us and chooses to let everything play out. Yeah, that's the person that is in love with the God says. You cannot say otherwise. You cannot be an honest person. You have to be in love with God, because if you demonstrate otherwise, you're going to be going with me to hell. And you don't want that. You're not stupid. You know what's going to happen if you're being honest and you start putting stuff together and dare to say that you find something wrong with the God. You will pay the price. So most people understand that it's not that you're in love. You're just fearful. Number 8, no excuses. Power, mystery, or claims that humans cannot understand your ways are not sufficient answers for unnecessary suffering. Very clear. I don't want excuses for this God. I don't want believers giving excuses for God. Number 9, covenants. My number 9 commandment for the God of the Bible, or any God that wants to be our God: you shall make no covenants with anyone. With anyone. Not small group of people. A perfect God should not require contracts, special agreements, or conditions in exchange for love, protection, or favors. No covenants. No promising lands to anybody. If you dare to do that, I know that you're not a God. You're not even close to a perfect God. You're just some silly God created by some group of humans. That's how I can tell a real God from a made-up God. No covenants. If I don't play, I was created to love God. You are drunken in this love. You cannot think very well. That's why it's called blind love. You're blinded. You cannot see the truth. Mr. Tekken fan, love us enough to send us to a hell because most pastors say we all fall short of his glory. I think that for more and more people, they're coming to their senses. We are not talking about a God. We are not talking about a God. This is not a God. The more and more people tell these lies that this God is loving, yeah, Now we know that it's not loving. That you're willing to fool yourself doesn't mean that you're going to be able to fool other people. People are not buying your crap. Number 10, commandment for a God. You will respect human beings and animals. All sentient beings deserve compassion, dignity, and protection from unnecessary suffering. And guess what? The God is the one bringing the suffering. What an a-hole. Man, this is a horrible God. It's unbelievable that people will call this horrible entity, evil entity, call it loving. But that makes sense. In every country where there has been a dictator, there's always people that love the dictator because the dictator is not harming them. The dictator harms everybody else but this small group of people, so that's why they love them. It happened here in Panama. We had the dictator Noriega. The guy was killing people right and left, disappearing people, and there were some group of people that loved loved Noriega. Unbelievable. Love a lot of those people. When Noriega was taken out of power, those people either were disappeared themselves or went to jail because they loved the dictator and they were doing the crimes themselves without them even knowing. Diva Don't Play, a Tekken fan, would you say that it would be loving to force a person against their own free will to spend eternity with him? That's not loving. That's not loving. If I don't play, I remind you of the people that were killed, murdered in the Great Flood. No free will for them. They had to go. No free will. They wanted to, be with their families, with their children. Nope, you're gone. Drown. So I think it's about time to stop lying to yourself and lying to people. This is not a loving God, and there's no free will. For unbelievers, whenever people tell you about God's free will, remind them of the Great Flood. What happened to those people that wanted to grow up with their children, their families? What happened? No free will for them. The believer is going to say, no, they were wicked. Yeah, what happened with the devil? He's the king of wicked. He's still going around. Very happily interfering with humanity. Hersey 98, the dictator disciplines everyone. Hersey 98, I don't know if you have ever experienced or lived in a country with a dictator. I have lived here when I was a dictator, and he didn't discipline everyone. No, he killed people. He killed people. Didn't care anybody. He was into witchcraft. So I think you're misinformed. Charles Oliver, clear waters, perhaps calling your commandments requirements would be more applicable. Yep, I agree. I thought about that, but I wanted to reference it as the commandments for us to a God, but this can be taken into the requirements for any God out there. Thank you, Charles Oliver, for that observation. Yes, actually, we can make this into a requirement for a perfect God. This is basically, I have the idea of if you want to be our God, you have to follow these commandments. Otherwise, we don't want anything to do with you, silly God. Tekken fan, that's what he does. He doesn't respect free will if it exists. Yeah, exactly. We know that God doesn't exist, but if the God exists, he doesn't respect free will. That's what believers say, because they know they have to follow orders. They have to be obedient. They don't have to be honest. They have to be obedient. That's why I say that if you believe in a God, you cannot be an honest human being, in my opinion. Nope. This is like trying to mix water and oil. It's not gonna happen. Out of Babylon, the flood was caused by Satan, not the Father. Out of Babylon, no, that's not correct. Hosea 98, that was a bad dictator, Clearwaters. Yeah, I don't think any dictator is gonna be good, in my opinion, but the God of the Bible is a bad dictator. He's a horrible dictator. Killing people just because he gets offended, no. I don't expect you to understand that because you have some emotional attachment with the God, so it makes sense that you're not thinking very well. You know, this is the one of the prices that you pay when you are involved emotionally with a person or a being. You cannot think very well. You're gonna be biased. It's understandable. It's a matter of time, Hersey 98, that you let your critical thinking jump in at least 50% and be balanced, a balanced human being. Some critical thinking, some feelings, but not all feelings with the God. No. Diva, don't play. No, if you choose to reject God, He is so loving that He will respect your free will and you can spend eternity separated from Him. Diva, don't play. You just gave me a headache, man. Wow. I had to take my glasses off, man. You just gave me a headache right there with that. We are in what year? 2026? The era of technology, AI. It's absolutely incredible. I think I read wrong. I don't know. I'm cleaning my glasses. You know, I'm thinking about doing a live stream to test some believers to differentiate if they're really after if they are really after the God or they are after the feeling. I'm trying to come up with that test because we're gonna help some believers to understand that they believe in the God because of the emotional benefits, not because of the God. And that's why people switch gods every day all over the world. They go from believer of the God of the Bible to the God of the Quran, or they go to some other entity. They're following their feelings, not a God. Tekken fan, where was the free will in Exodus? Diva, don't play. The adults in the flood had 120 years to repent and get into the ark, but they used their free will to reject God's ark. But they chose to live with their family. Leave them alone. They want to be free. They want to live with their families. No free will there. No free will. Do what the God says. Otherwise, you're going to be drowning. That is not free will. That is a horrible God. The sad thing is that more and more people are going to give you that answer back. This is a horrible God. You're trying to excuse Him and you're trying to take people down the path that you're going in this life. You want people to feel good with a horrible God. That is sad. Second fan, where's the free will countless people slayed in your own Bible? Diva, don't play. People have the free will to choose to sin and reject God, but nobody gets to decide what consequences come from their free will choices. So I choose to reject God and live a peaceful life with my family and to go on and die, knowing that I live a good life. Nope. Bad choice. You're gonna pay that price for trying to live your life with your family in love and being a good father. Wrong choice. Sucks to be you. Get in that door and burn and cook for eternity. I'm telling you, Diva, this is a horrible God. You ought to be scared, man. How do you sleep at night? Knowing that if you make a wrong movement, you're gonna be tortured. Not only that, man, your family. How do you deal with that in your mind? Knowing that your family runs the risk to fall in this horrible God's bad side? How do you sleep at night? I don't want any of my family to be, read anything about this horrible God. No, I mean for them, don't follow for this God's emotional tricks. He's gonna give you candy. He's gonna make you feel good in order to fall in his trap. He wants you to be obedient. But this is an evil God. The God of the Bible is evil. Evil. And he tricks people by giving them candy and apples that makes them feel good. That's why we are informing people, don't follow for these entities. Dragon Karatsik, difference between Diva and Mr. Crypto is immeasurable. Mr. Crypto is a well-educated man who uses reason and evidence to try to point us to things that make us wonder if God is real. Diva just preach. Diva don't play. Probably consider changing his username to Diva just preach. Tekken fan, this doesn't answer anything, Diva. Diva don't play. I think that if a God didn't punish evil, that's not a God I would want to actually exist. Yeah, he doesn't punish the king of evil, the devil. That makes a lot of sense. So for those of you that didn't read the commandment number 1 for God, you should not murder. No commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings. God, very easily to understand. No killing, no excuses. I don't care if you think that humans are being wicked or whatever you want to think. No, no killing. Commanding you to not murder. Dragon Karatsik, Diva is happy that his God is gonna punish everyone except him. Let's read some of the messages on the horizontal. Oh, there's quite a people on the horizontal. Interesting. Hersey 98, that was Satan, not Diva, telling you the truth, Clearwater. Why would I ever take a test, Clearwater, led by Satan made up? Yeah, it's asking you questions. So I understand that you don't like questions. Just read the book, follow the God, feel good. Don't be answering questions and don't be asking questions. Jeremy Wofford, he doesn't understand that Satan's bloodline was intertwined with humans other than Noah's family, which was spared during the judge. TXDAP, I choose the true and living God. Please, when you pray tonight, tell God that Javier Clearwater says, God, there was a guy in YouTube saying that he's giving you commandments, and the number one commandment was, you shall not murder. God, are you going to allow that? This YouTuber guy trying to make money in YouTube is telling you what to do? Why is he asking you that? Are you killing people for no good reason? Because the command says no commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings. Whoa, God. Are you gonna let that Clearwaters guy be saying this in the internet and convince people? You're not gonna, throw something at him so he can learn his lesson? Hersey 98, 2.6 billion Christians in the world today follow this God. Man, whoosh. Thank you, universe, or thank you, Chulum, because this is a minority. And after this video gets out and people listen to this, probably it's gonna turn into 2.5. And less people, because people are starting to be more conscious, more informed about this brutal God, evil God from the Bible, that people are still making him like he's loving, but people are not being fooled anymore. People are starting to understand that this God is evil. This is the definition of evilness. TXDAP, you're sure to talk a lot about a God that you don't believe in. Yes, my main focus is ignorance. I'm trying to inform myself and share this information with other people about the importance of not being ignorant in life. I think that can get us to a better place as human beings. Hersey 98, the devil has been punished. So what are you talking about? He was thrown out of heaven. No, he's still going around making people's life miserable. He's still alive and kicking. So I don't think God is killing him. Out of Babylon, the world follows Satan today. Against Satan caused the flood, just like he got David to number Israel. A spirit of error. Hersey 98, keep speaking curses over yourself, Clearwater. Father, please forgive him, as Clearwater doesn't realize the ignorance he's living in. Hersey 98, Chulum no, because Chulum doesn't respond to prayers. Universe, please forgive Hersey 98 because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Forgive him because he gave his humanity to one of these evil entities just because the entity offered him a good feeling. But please, universe, guide him with this information so he can be more well informed and he can take better decisions about his life, his family, his country, this humanity, and he can contribute in a positive way and not in a selfish way, trying to protect his feeling and get himself safe from an evil entity. Thank you, universe. Charles Oliver, guilty of being living, sinning 3-year-olds, but innocent because they perish at a young age. More nonsense. Tekken fan, if we follow the logic right, we all fall short of his glory, so they essentially go to hell, right? So is this fair to an infant? I don't know, Diva Don't Play. People more and more, I'm telling you, man, reconsider. Diva Don't Play, Javier, you have seen thousands and thousands of times during your lifetime. You are not a good person according to God's perfect standard. Diva Don't Play, just to let you know, I don't play the salvation game, so I don't consider myself a sinner. A sinner is a person that believes in the God and participate in this horrible plan about salvation. So don't get me in your horrible plan and game. I don't play the salvation game. I'm not a sinner. I don't. You're not a sinner either. But if you want to play that game, that whatever tickles your pickle, man. Whatever makes you happy. God has no perfect standard. The only God is perfect at is at doing violence and making horrible creations. Charles Oliver, Diva, apparently you are the judge. Does it make you feel good? Oh, I think more and more people are asking you about your feelings, man. That's interesting. People are starting to understand there's a pattern here. Diva Don't Play. No, actually, I want you all to personally receive God's total forgiveness, salvation, and everlasting life. Please flee from the wrath to come. Diva Don't Play is spreading fear. So if Diva Don't Play is not gonna get you moving in the direction that he wants you to move by love and feel good, then he's gonna make you move by making you fearful. I think Diva is watching too much Ray Comfort. So to anybody, just in case, I don't think anybody in this live stream is gonna follow for this, but for anybody that gets to listen, don't follow for this crap of emotional manipulation. If you're not gonna follow or move by God's love, you're gonna move by fear. In my opinion, very childish. Out of Babylon, so you agree without saying it, the God of the OT was an evil God, Satan. Yeah, it sounds to me that the God of the Bible probably is Satan himself, yes. Her saying 98, amen, he's causing more people to follow him into the dungeon, waiting for him and his pips. No other people live under the law during the time. After Christ was crucified, the law was fulfilled and God gave his followers free grace. That's what you believe, Hersey 98. Man, thankfully, most people on this earth don't follow this, don't believe that. Man, I'm so happy. And less people are believing this crap. Tekken fan, promise A, God is perfectly fair and just. Promise B, all humans are born with inherent sin and fall short, and without explicit redemption. The default destination is hell. Premise. C, an infant dies before they have the cognitive ability to understand sin, loss, or redemption. The conclusion, under strict application of these rules, the infant goes to hell. Diva Don't Play, sin is always a conscious decision to go against God's perfect moral standard. So infants are born innocent according to the Bible. Why in the world would anybody call God's perfect moral standard when the God is violent and can get violent? No, please, no Bible verses, please. No. No. Thank you. Phantom X. Oh yes, I love Bible verses. They are great inspiration. Charles Oliver. There must be a diva in horizontal conveniently conflating numbers to argue ad populum fallacies. Okay, I know who you might be referring to. Just in case you haven't read it. Number 2, command for God. No blood sacrifices. Forgiveness and reconciliation should not depend on death, suffering, or the shedding of blood. Listen to that, God of the Bible. No blood sacrifices. We don't like violence. We don't think that you should be killing animals or human beings just because you like blood. No, no, no. That is our commandment for you or any God that wants to be a perfect God. Phantom X is asking someone, have you ever stolen anything? Dragon Karaxi, call Diva and explain away these commandments for God. Explain away why we're commanding God to no more sacrifices. This is our command for God. Excuse me. Diva Don't Play at Tech and Fun is about who or how someone sins. I don't know. Sometimes I think Diva is getting privileged information from God. He seems to be some God representative here on earth. He's explaining to you how things are done, what God thinks. Phantom Egg, Humanist 2:18. Therefore, to him that knoweth the path of reason and performeth not that which is beneficial to his fellow man, to him is gross transgression against the craft. Tekken Fan, that is a pivot because infants don't know what sin is by what you said. Diva Don't Play, nobody's born a sinner. We are all born innocent and then eventually we choose to commit sin. Phantom X, that's not what the doctrine of original sin says. Yeah, I think that it says that we are all born sinners. Can we someone clarify that to Diva Don't Play? Verse 98, writing, copy pasting stuff from that he's reading in a book. Charles Oliver, Diva, page P1, pages of sin is death. Part 2, infants die. Conclusion, infants are sinners. Diva Don't Play, I reject any doctrine of original sin. That's a Catholic Church false doctrine. Phantom X, that is not only a Catholic doctrine. Tekken Fan, I let Phantom take it from here. Don't want to pile up on one person. Phantom X, sorry Taken, I didn't mean to butt in. Tekken Fan, no, it's fine. Diva Don't Play, hell is considered the second death. Jesus died himself right, and he was sinless. Reading context. Commandment number 3 for God, from us humans to God. No eternal punishments. No finite human action should be justified infinite or eternal suffering. Yes, sirree, this God is gonna follow this command. No eternal punishments. No finite human action should justify infinite or eternal suffering. Very simple, God. God of the Bible. If you're not gonna follow these commands, don't even come close. Stay away. Diva don't play at Phantom X. Give me one Bible verse that states that we are born sinners. Charles Oliver, sinless Jesus is also a Catholic doctrine. Commandment number 4, accept your responsibility as God. As the creator of the universe and humanity, you are responsible for the world you created and the suffering that exists within it. Very simple. The don't play. Catholics do have a few things correct, just not all of it. Phantom X, Psalms 51:5. Let's see what it says. Psalms 51:5 says, surely I was sinful at birth, sinful from the time my mother conceived me. Oops. So apparently it does say that we're born sinners. Romans 5:12. Let's see what it says. So Romans 5:12 says, death through Adam, life through Christ. Therefore, just as sin entered the world through one man, and death through sin, and in this way death came to all people because all sinned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Phantom X, how can you tell from those two verses, Bible verses? Dragon Karatsik, he handpick what he like or feel good. Phantom X, like Catholics say one thing, you say something else. How do you know you are correct? Hersey 98, Clearwaters, the God you follow will obey your commands. He will. He will. Otherwise, this video is coming out. It's going to be saved. People are going to watch it after it's recorded. I'm going to put out some shorts. I'm going to put out this command. People will listen to this. It will make sense to a lot of people. People are going to change their minds. They're going to say, you know what? I'm not going to be following and believing in a violent God. So, yeah. Hopefully we move into a better world by people dropping their gods and people getting more knowledgeable, moving away from ignorance. And, hopefully we can take better decisions. Out of Babylon, all the problems of the world we create, we can undo them. It's a choice. I have to agree on that one. Out of Babylon. Hussein 98 Clearwaters, do you have partiality to peasants? You'll read phantoms who is not a believer's Bible verses, but you won't read Christian verses? Who's Petson? Petsons. I don't know what is that. Excuse me. Her saying 98, you'll read phantoms who is not a believer's Bible verses, but you will read the Christian verses. I guess you're referring to someone else. Skeptic Philosophy, welcome to the live stream. I'm fully convinced that you could pick any 8-year-old in a civilized nation and they could come up with a more moral set of 10 commandments that is in the Bible. Yeah, I agree. Probably better than mine. It's very easy to tell a God how to be a more close to a perfect God than what the God is right now. This is a easily offended God that likes to harm human beings just because they cannot defend themselves against a brutal God. So my 5th commandment, no invisibility. If you want a relationship with humanity, you must reveal yourself clearly and openly to everyone. No more division and conflict because the God is invisible. No more. So if you know the God hides and seek, he likes to play hide and seek, no more believing in the God. Mr. Diva, don't play.
Javier?
Yes. Hold on, Diva, you're muted on the live stream. Hold on. What's going on, man?
Please read the New King James Version, not other horrible versions that you like to use. New King James Version. Thank you.
Hey, hold on. So Diva, you was just coming to tell me about not using the All right, so let's see. Where did he go? There you go, here. So no, I guess it's this one. Or this one. No, this is the same one. So it must be this one. Okay, so Romans 5:12. Therefore, just as sin entered the world through one man, and death through sin, so also death was passed on to all men, because all sinned. For sin was in the world before the law was given, but sin is not taken into account where there is no law. What? Man, let's take it from 11. Not only that, but we also rejoice in God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom we have now received reconciliation. Therefore, just as sin entered the world through one man, and death through sin, so also death was passed on to all men because all sinned. Is that it, Diva? Seems to say the same thing as the other one.
Clearwaters, if you can hear me, your mic is off.
Hold on, man. What did I do? Hold on.
Can you, your mic is off. It says your mic is off.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
just wanted to call because I want to make sure you use the best translation, most accurate translation. We don't want to, you know, and you keep on using the NIV, which is the worst translation, which I think you're doing on purpose. So, yeah,
it's just
you
the
should use,
first one that pops up on the Google.
yeah, of course. What I'm saying is the New King James Version is to me, the most accurate version. And that's what we want. We want the whether you believe it or not, we want the most accurate translation. But I would say go to Psalms 51:5 first. That was the first point before the Romans.
But
But I
it
read,
was, is the Bible Hub okay to, for you,
yeah,
to a good place? Yeah. So what
yeah,
other do you say?
just put New King James or NKJV. That's all. Just put NKJV, Psalms 51 5, NKJV.
Psalms?
Yep, 51 verse 5, and then just put NKJV.
Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and
Yeah,
in sin my mother conceived me.
right. So that states right there that he's trying to say that because of this verse, this means that babies are born sinners automatically, which I disagree. I disagree with that. That's a false doctrine of Catholic Church and other churches. That's false. The Bible states that a baby or an infant is innocent. They're not good. They're not bad. They're innocent. And the only thing we're born with is that we're born into a world where death is here. We're not born already having a sin that we have to get rid of. That's a false. And so they go to this verse and it clearly states that it's saying that David's mother conceived David in sin herself. It doesn't say David was born already a sinner, right? You get what I'm saying? So his mother sinned, whether it was cheating or whether it was, whatever. That's what it's saying, is that David was conceived by his mother when she was doing a sin, not that he was born a sinner because of whatever. So if you read it, tell me if that's what it says. What you think that's what I'm saying.
Diva, the other day that we were reviewing I don't remember what verse was.
Yeah.
I read it over and over again and tried to do a little more research. And, at least in my opinion, I have to give it to you on that one, because when I reread it like 5 more times, I'm like, man, I think it's being separated, the part about ARPing, and the other
Right.
part. So,
Yep.
yeah. So, I mean, at least myself, I have to be honest on that part. That's probably what Google was saying, that people are divided on what the meaning of those verses really meant.
Well, what they
So,
do is they take a horrible translation, which there are horrible translations like the NIV. That's a horrible translation, and they say that's what it is, right? Well, I think that you would have to admit that that's not fair. That's not objective, You know what I'm saying? To read something that it really is not a horrible
But
translation that no one uses.
how you come into the conclusion which translation is the most closest one to to the real thing?
Well, I study. You know, I look up some of the Greek, and I have people that I trust, and I look at different versions, and I can see, I can, you know what I'm saying? I can use my critical thinking. Um, but like I said, Javier, just reading that verse, right? I'm gonna let you read it. Would you say, when I'm gonna give you two choices, and you tell me honestly, what does it say? Does this verse say that when David was born, he was automatically born a sinner himself? Or does it say that David, the way he was conceived, as in how how he, conceived was when his parents had sex? Or does it say his mother sinned in the way she conceived him? And that was
Okay,
the sin, the mother. Okay, read it
all
and tell
right.
me which one you think it says.
Yeah, first, Phantom X just joined. Welcome, Phantom, to the Discord. At the beginning, I said, I don't know if you were at the beginning of the live stream, Diva. I was said that I was gonna try to keep the conversations, voice conversations, as close as possible to the topic related to the live stream. Just because some people, I don't know, I don't think those were complaints, but people were telling me, hey, we're deviating from the main topic. More than one person pointed that out, but I think this probably has a little bit of relation to what we're talking, so
Yeah,
we
you
can talk
brought it.
about this.
You brought up Psalm 51, or Phantom brought it up, so that's why I just wanted to address it and make sure that we address it honestly.
Okay,
That's
so knowing that, the other one that we read on Friday,
sure. That's fine.
what I told you, I have to agree on that. That it sounds yes, it doesn't sound yes. It's not. It's for me. It's not that quite clear, but I don't think that second part of that part of the Bible was talking about ARPing. Yeah. So
Especially when you're the first part. They always leave out that first verse. They just go right to that one. See, they don't want to show that first verse because it clearly shows it.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, just
All right.
read the
So,
So
verse.
reading.
so
Yeah.
Yeah, if Phantom, just let me read this
yeah.
one moment, and then we jump on this. So the according to the New International Version, it says Psalms 51:5.
Well,
Surely I
well,
was
well, I was saying, read the NKJV. Remember, I was saying that's
no
the
no.
better
I'm gonna
version.
read both
It's
Okay,
first.
also the
good.
word version,
Yeah,
not
to
the
see
better
the
version.
difference between the
Yeah,
two. So surely I was
yeah, read
sinful at birth, sinful from the time my mother conceived me. And the New King James Version says, "Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me."
the NIV clearly
Okay.
states Phantom is right, which
All right.
I
Well,
reject.
hold on. If we're going to play version duels, let's go with what scholars say.
Yes, let's.
With what the Greek, the Hebrew says.
Yes,
what we did.
scholarship
Do
is
you-
based
do you-
on the two languages. I mean, the most recommended free version is, and it's an easy Google. Anyone can find this out because it's what universities ask for their students to have if they're studying the subject. The free version is the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition is the most one. As far as the academic or the paid version, you can't get this for free. It's not on here. It's the Oxford annotated 6th edition. So that's the best one, but that one's not free. The New Revised Standard Version, updated edition is the most recommended free version by scholarship.
I mean, I believe the New King James to me is the most accurate to me from
I
all the
know
other ones.
So
because
is
you've
that
been taught
is
that it aligns with you doctorially, but they're
is that
concerned with the flow of the language.
hey Robert? Is there
Right.
a third one that you would suggest to bring
Yeah.
it up on the screen?
The
Sure,
New
sure,
Revised
you can-
Standard Version UE is on Bible Gateway. You're on Bible Gateway right now, so I know that one's on there. I use
Yeah,
it
I'm
all
looking
the
at it
time.
right now.
Bible
They got
Hub.
like,
Right now.
they got like 50.
You're on the website you're at. Just switch to NRSVUE.
Yeah.
NR.
SVUE.
And to be honest, depending on what this says, I would, if you don't want the New King James.
Oh, you're
I
on
mean,
Bible
whatever,
Hub,
I'd
not
rather
Bible
go to the
Gateway.
Hebrew.
He
I'd rather
he
go
was
to
on
the-
Bible Gateway a minute ago.
Okay.
Oh, this one, Bible Hub.
No,
I don't
on
know if
Bible
Bible
Gateway.
Hub has it. Bible Gateway does for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Bible Gateway right now. I can share my screen if you want, but I'm looking at it.
There's like 50 different translations.
Yes, there's a lot of versions of the Bible. We're going with what the scholars say because they're the ones who like
So
study
Read
the
this language fluently.
this one on the screen right
I
now.
listen to scholars, and to me, the ones I find credible believe the NKJV is one of the best. So
They're
I have,
concerned with the doctorial alignment, though, more so than they are with that it is most true to the individual statements that are made.
are you saying the NIV is the most true?
No, he's saying
I'm saying to the language that is used for the best English version of the language as they understand it in its context is the New Revised Standard Version Update Edition. It's not concerned with doctorial positions.
You could be right. You could be right, but I'm asking fandom. Do you think the NIV is the most accurate translation?
Nope, and I didn't read the NIV.
Oh, that was
So-
the NIV, and that clearly does state
I didn't.
that David
I didn't. I did not. I
would agree with
Javier
that.
read NIV. I did not read the NIV.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the NRSVUE says on this subject either which way. I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm just
It's
letting
on the
you know
screen
that
right now.
scholarship backs that more than any of the books as far as the free versions.
Well, we
The-
can find out what it says.
The NRSVUE says, therefore, just as sin came into the world through one man, and death came through sin, and so death spread to all because all have sinned. Man, they're
Yeah,
all
that's
very
not,
different.
That's not Psalms because that's Romans. You're reading
Here,
Romans.
I've got the NRSVUE version
Psalms
of Psalm
51:5
51:5 up. I can read it right now.
All right.
Okay, it says, "Indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner when my mother conceived me."
I reject that. I want to check. I'd rather check the Hebrew because that's
Yeah,
not,
I mean, we know you reject it, but that's a doctoral disagreement. That's the whole point.
So this one says, indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner, when my mother conceived me. I'm reading it again because this one is the Revised Standard Version Updated Edition.
Yeah.
Wow, but they sound quite different still.
Nope. I like the new one, the NIV. Psalms 51:5 Hebrew English translation.
Surely I was sinful at birth, sinful from the time my mother conceived me.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it says.
Well, this
You're
would
right.
definitely- Yeah.
You're right. It
this-
sounds very. Indeed, I was born guilty. Yeah,
Right,
it's
it sounds
quite
exactly
clear.
what you were saying. Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
You know, I remember
Now-
hearing
now-
at church all the time that we were born sinners.
You're not born sinner. So now I'm going to read the Hebrew English translation. The Hebrew. Okay. This is what the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. Okay. I'm just reading it. It comes up. Behold, in
That's not
iniquity.
That's not Hebrew. You're reading English. You're reading an
Yeah,
English
English
translation of a
translation
Hebrew.
of Hebrew. Yes, that's what I'm reading. It's right
All
there.
of these are English versions of Hebrew. Every single one you've heard are an English
doesn't- he
version of
doesn't
Hebrew.
understand the
You're just
difference,
picking the one you
Robert.
prefer.
Yeah,
No.
he
I
is.
picked up the, hold on. I put Psalm 51:5 Hebrew English translation, and this is the first thing that came up. It has the Hebrew
Yes,
and it has the
you-
English. That's all I
You
picked.
don't
I didn't-
understand linguistics. You don't understand translation, and so
Well,
that's
this is
why
what it says. This is what the Hebrew says. Behold, in iniquity I was brought forth, and in sin conceived me my mother. So it's saying that the mother committed a sin conceiving David. That's what it's saying. That's what it says in the KJV too. That he was brought forth from iniquity, from his mother, conceived him in sin. That's what it
So
says.
Hebrew's words have rule sets that English does not have as a rule set, and those rule sets attach certain verbs to the words, whether they're preceding or not. This is why they're trying to follow a rule, and they're not concerned with what that rule, what it means, what it implies that the sentence says. They're trying to follow the rules. They're not interested in the doctorial position. This
I'm
is
just
why.
gonna
And you
let
can
go.
Google this also. Anyone check, see what the Oxford Annotated Bible is, which is version 6. This is what they're required now for many of these schools. And it says, and I'm sorry, I'm having to pull this from ChatGPT because I don't have the paid version, but from the ChatGPT, it says the 6th edition says, "Indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner when my mother conceived me." So even
I
the
reject
Oxford,
that.
I know you reject it, but that's on doctrinal flow, not on the etymology understanding of the vocabulary.
You guys can pick. You guys, as non-Christians, can pick the version that you like that will address to what you believe it says, and you're entitled to that. I'll let you
Not at
guys.
all.
I
Listen,
would like to
dude,
point.
listen, man.
I would like to point something out. I'm right now on a webpage that is called Mechon-Namri, and it's in, I guess it's this is Greek, Hebrew. I'm sorry, Hebrew, and it's giving you the language in Hebrew. So I copy it and paste it into the Google's translator, and it translated as, "For I know my transgressions, and my sin is always before me."
There you go.
So here's the thing, Diva.
Before
Because I
look-
don't. Hey, listen. No, I was talking. Because
gonna
I
let
don't
you-
have. No, I'm
Second.
talking. Let me
Well, I'm-
finish. I'm
Let
like
me
in the
drop-
middle of a fucking sentence.
Don't cuss.
Please,
What I'm saying is-
profanity.
Stop interrupting me. I'm in
gonna
the middle of a
drop
sentence.
off.
I'm in the middle of a
You
sentence,
talk.
and you are interrupting me because you want to. You think you are so much more important than me.
No,
Diva,
I'm
let,
gonna
let him
drop
let him
I'm
talk,
talking
and then
first.
you let him talk, Diva,
I'm
and
gonna
then
drop-
you.
Y'all have a good night, okay? All right. Thank you.
Later, man.
Diva, if you're listening, I have no doctrinal commitments. If the one that the scholarship said agreed with you, I would say you were right. It doesn't. And
Right.
so
Same.
like I don't care if it's true what it says. I don't care if it agrees with you or not. I care what the scholarship says. And if the scholarship says this is the best version to look at, that's the one I'm going to look at. I didn't pick the NIV. I picked the one the scholarship says.
Yeah, I don't know Kip Davis quite well enough to like get him on this conversation. But I mean, when I talk to him the next time, he's a Hebrew scholar. I'll get his opinion on this particular verse. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear that, like, I mentioned this version before. I didn't even know what the conversation was. I just know that the scholarship backs it more than the other versions. Period.
Yeah.
So if I take this Bible verse, Psalms 51, number 5, from a webpage that is in Hebrew, does that mean that I'm taking like the verse itself, or this is an interpretation?
I mean, every time it's always going to be an interpretation. I wouldn't trust Google's translate to translate an ancient language accurately.
Yeah.
Over what scholars can do.
Okay. Interesting. But apparently the translator is pointing out that the sin was before me, always before me.
Yeah. Either way, it looks in this particular case, though it may not always be the case. In this particular case, it seems that both the scholarship and the Google Translate, they're agreeing that the sin was there before he was born. Like, it seems that's wide consensus.
Well, I just reject it because it doesn't make me feel good.
Right. Right.
Man.
What's up, Clearwaters?
Hey, Crypto, how are you?
I think most up in them high fields of debaters from yesterday would say that when you're born as a baby, you're not born sinned, but you're born to sin. That means you're pure at birth, and you're going to sin as you go along in life. Is what most yesterday debaters and elders would say. And like a lot of them, I know there's a lot of different translations, new books being put out, even the Queen James version, which I'm just for comedy, I want to read some of those just to see.
Did you just say the Queen James?
Yeah, there's actually I hear there's a.
Is that
I
a
hear
dig
there's
at
Queen-
his homosexuality? I'm just asking.
No, it's not towards
Oh,
him.
okay.
It's this was I just actually heard this by some. I listen to a lot of preachers on podcasts and things like that, and there's one of them out of Lake Point, Dallas, and he was pointing out, you don't want to read anything in the Mormons Bible, throw that in the trash. There's a Queen James version that came out for the LBGQ, whatever, which I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? So when you're talking about those two verses, remember, the two verses y'all were talking about yesterday or
Mhm.
the other day or last week or whatever. I was like, gee, I wonder what it is that is in that part. A guy comes along and sees another guy in the field, and well, never mind. I'll just quit right there. But nah,
It's actually
listening to how a lot of people like Cliff, right? Cliff and his son that goes around to a lot of college
Connectly. Yeah,
campuses,
I know
and
who
they
they are.
also right. So if his perspective, which I am waiting to find out whenever Robert, whenever you figure out what the perspective is with the person you're going to talk to, babies are born pure, and they're born into a world to sin is the way that it is looked at, because
You
that's
know
just
the whole
that
problem here, though. The entire
you
problem
can't
here.
sin as a baby. I mean, how do you sin as a baby? Because
Yeah, yeah.
you have to violate a law to be a sinner. So the only way that you could be a sin before birth is if you take on what Adam and Eve did in the garden, and the reason why sin is into this world. See what I'm saying? Which I
Sure.
can understand that too as well. And
Sure.
and until you know
The problem though is crypto is that this is Psalms, dude. These were poems. And now he's like trying to he's standing on every word of this as like that this is doctorial. And this was poetry, man. So
Yeah.
this was just a person writing about like feels and stuff. And he's like, no, every word means doctorially the case. And this was never meant to be doctorial to start with. But he
Yeah.
wants like every word to be so literal and so accurate and but this suggests that they were sinners in the womb. Dude, it's just a poem. Like other people might have totally different opinions inside of the text. You might find other scriptures that don't share that opinion at all. This is just a poem, dude.
no,
He's
okay.
asking for too
And-
much univocality.
If he wanted to make an argument that this was just a poetry and it's poetic, that's a different thing. But that's not what he was saying. He was saying it was translated wrong.
Right.
Okay, I understand that for one. He's not here, so I'm not going to say much. I'm always going to wait for anybody to be around.
Oh, he's
I'm not a
listening.
person
He's
who-
in the chat.
I know he's listening, and I just want this for everybody. But that's the way I am. Out of fairness, I don't want to talk
Cool,
about no
that's
one
fair.
else. But to another point, when you start talking about doctorians and what's accepted in, let's say, Oxford or Yale or Stanford or whatever, well, I also have a problem with how the elite and the people that run this country are going to teach what they want to teach and all that as well. And so fairness, I'd like to always start from the Torah, going through the Hebrew, going into this. And yeah, it does hurt. It hurts us all on the debating issues whenever people want to taint the words or whatever throughout time. And that's the toughest thing that we all are going to have. You know what I mean? So
And-
when you study these things, and even if when you're studying it and you see that the apple is red and the wind blew from the east, you also need to open up your third eye and really, like y'all do, y'all dissect down into it, like you're talking about when you get into grammar and learn it that way. It can give you a different meaning. It might be several different meanings and whatnots and whatevers. Just like you were talking about the C's word, I can't tell you what the original word is. And that's why I was trying to tell you, yeah, the person wasn't crying out or whatever in that verse, which kind of shows that they really weren't in distress. And that's why I was also saying it's pretty common for a man to flirt and play onto a woman in a forceful way. And eventually that woman, whether she has no interest at first, maybe fall into interest, and then it becomes consensual during the point, and then becomes what it is, getting caught doing what you're not supposed to. But anyways, I just wanted to jump in here, say how I was understanding it, and how I could look at it with my third eye and understand how Cliff was kind of putting it. Like, babies are born pure, but we're born to sin. So that means as we grow up, 5 years old, we might hurt someone. not even know it. Or if we become 13, you steal something from your friend or someone, or eventually you're going to sin. So keep that in mind. The second thing is maybe you could do a lot more in the researches of why there was a flood back then. And if when you start learning about how the principalities and whatnots were mating with the women and children of those times, and that bloodline was getting into the humans and being spread out, and they just didn't mess with the humans, my friend. They were messing with the animals too. That's just how demonic they were, and how these powers are that are above mankind. And God was going to wipe everybody out, and that was including Noah and all of them. But because it was found that their line was pretty pure, and it was also the one seed that Jesus Christ came from, that's pretty much the pure line, is the way
So,
I've understood it.
yeah, so Crypto, what do you think about the first commandment for God? You should not murder. No commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings. Do you agree with that or not?
Huh. Well, I believe no one should murder anyone, and I know where you're trying to go with this, but you're not a creator of mankind to fix a problem you might have in a car you want to scrap because it didn't work. Now, on another sense, do you believing in no God because it feels good that there is not a God that you're actually now belonging to? Because if you go back and you start understanding some of the Sumerians, which was way before this time, or somewhere within that time, there were principalities and there were things and deities or whatever that would come down and claim what's theirs, is how it's said. So
So you don't
just
agree?
got to pick which one we want to be with, and if you even pick none, well, that's after the fact. If you're picking none, well, then that's just like creating a false idol, or even just whatever's making you feel good, other than the acknowledgement of the Creator, is already putting an idol in its place.
Let
And
me
if you want to call it nothing, then we'll call the God nothing. And I just want you to really think about that. You know what I'm saying?
let me ask Robert, what do you think about that first commandment for God or requirement for a God? You should not murder.
Sure. I mean, when we're talking about things like this, I mean, I don't know how to defer to any kind of authority on this except for like the human benefit, I guess, game theory or Nash equilibrium theory, however you want to cash that out. Like, it would be beneficial from the human perspective if we were going to set rules for God, for the rule to be not to murder us. In the same way that it would be beneficial to the ants to say, if they had one thing they could give to the child with the magnifying glass, is don't kill us.
I think this is also indirectly directed to the believer that this should be a requirement for a God. If you know that a God is killing, especially for no good reason, probably this is not a God. What do you think about that, Phantom? You should not murder, telling this to God.
I mean, I think that's fine if you can enforce it, but also, like, by definition, God can't murder.
Right,
So
right.
No
There's a
commanding.
play.
Hey, I might have
No,
I might have misunderstood what you were getting at. You're talking about your 10 Commandments of Judaism?
no,
No,
Ten
10 Commandments
Commandments for God. This is a requirement
You're
for a
talking
God
about
to
you're talking
be
about the
the.
laws given to Moses, right? Thou shalt not murder or kill.
Yeah, but no. This is I think it was Charles Oliver that was suggesting that I change it from 10 Commandments for God to the requirements for God. 10 requirements for God, in order to be defined by us as the closest thing to a perfect God. You should not
Right.
murder people. No commanding, causing, or committing the killing of human beings, especially for no good reason.
Well, I mean, you can call it
Hypotheticals.
murder. That's like saying, all right, we've had electric chairs and hang-ins and whatnots. Do you believe in the I and I under just the rule of humanity? Okay. Do you believe to have cops and a judicial system along with the president? We're going to keep God out of all this. If someone came in and killed your whole family and you knew who it was, would you want the eye for an eye? Or is it, I guess he just felt good, so therefore, now I feel bad. So now, what would you do? Would you want the guy to hang? Lethal
Not really
injection?
the question, though, because we can't take God's eye. There's no way that we could do any of these things to God. If God is a thing, we can't take God's eye. So there's no taking our eye back. So in what means would God be justified in the same way to kill anyone?
Well, it just depends on what is being done. If you're sinning and breaking his law, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get to that point, but you got to entertain all of it. I mean,
Even
if
killing?
you're breaking a law,
But
whether
isn't that a
good
bad
or
example?
bad, I mean,
Isn't that a bad example for human beings, especially if you're telling them do not kill, but yes, I kill, especially for no good reason?
well, he wouldn't have to kill nothing if anybody wasn't breaking any laws, no, would he?
But wouldn't there other
But
ways
he's
that
had to do
God?
that. He's had to do that time after time after time. You know what I'm saying? He even had to come and break down his own church, his own people's church, because they were doing it all wrong. I mean, come on. I mean, think about it.
So there's absolutely no other way but killing.
Can I ask you something? Did Jesus walk around killing people?
So what?
Did Jesus walk around enslaving or killing anyone?
I mean, he
Sure, there's a
participated.
contrast between
He
the two.
participated in a murder.
I mean, is there any proof of it or whatever? I mean, as far as I know, he didn't have.
I agree with
didn't have
you. I agree with
anybody.
you. Textually, there's no crime that I've seen Jesus commit. Here's the problem. The reason that the Gnostics, they seen Jesus as a totally different character than the Old Testament God is because they could not reconcile the Jesus meek and mild with the characteristics of the Yahweh God of the Old Testament. They couldn't reconcile this guy with turn the other cheek with I drowned the entire planet but 8 people because I thought they were wicked and wanted to start over. These are two very different
Yeah, but
characteristics.
you're only fighting with what you're seeing right there and not understanding the bigger picture, which we'll never get to know. But there is facts about what they're called Nephilim, which came from principality powers, which intermixed with the bloodlines of
Whoa.
human beings on Earth prior to the flood and in many years. And it wasn't just they weren't just mating and playing with the of mankind, because when you start looking at hieroglyphics and you start really going further back and looking at all these temples and the things that you saw that they say that they saw and that they used to kneel down to, we're half beast and half man, if you can understand where I'm coming from. You got to understand why maybe a creator said, whoa, this is getting way out of hand, I'm going to have to clean it up.
I think that if you're a god, you could find some other way to resolve situations other than killing. Get rid of it.
Well, he
What
was
about?
stopping murdering in one direction. You have a lot of murdering and a lot of wrong coming in one direction, destroying another. He had to put a stop to it somehow. And because he had to, let's call it like a war, okay? You
Yeah,
have a
but
nation coming over going to genocide all of you. How are you going to stop it? Wouldn't you rather the other side be genocide?
even
I
if
don't-
you're in a way right, how do you explain killing children?
Well, now once you really get into it, I'm sure that God didn't allow them any pain, and I'm sure they're in a very great place in a very eternal way. So
That
I
sounds
mean,
horrible, crypto, for people that don't believe this is some way of cop out, that it should not be acceptable by anyone. It's like
and
making death, especially in painful ways, okay, because God has them with them. This is something that is painful to
and it's
hear
kind
from another human being.
and it'd be like this. You said you was a mechanic for airplanes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. God forbid that you worked on a plane and that plane crashed, and on that plane was maybe my brother or my uncle or someone like that. And for me to be able to forgive you and have the understanding that they are in an eternal place, and it was just that's just how things are designed by the creator, because we all have short lives here, especially now since we haven't been able to get it right for so many years, you know. And
Okay.
then even for the progression of mankind is going to start to kill mankind as we keep going further into the future, regardless of what you think.
What
I
about
see it
number
every day in a lot
two?
of countries.
What about number two commandment? No blood sacrifices. Forgiveness and reconciliation should not depend on death, suffering, or the shedding of blood.
Yeah, I've always thought
That's
this
a
was
commandment
crazy.
of yours.
Right,
I'm
right,
so,
right. But
Where is
it's
this
a
commandment coming
commandment to
from?
stop. Well, the Jesus had to die first of all, as a blood sacrifice for our atonement. Right. That all of the sacrifices before in the Old Testament, that things had to die for us to be forgiven. That seems like just brutal, uh, pagan stuff.
yep.
I'm trying to understand. What was that commandment again? The second one, and this is from the Hebrew.
No, it's
Uh,
one he's making.
I'm creating these commandments for God, or requirements for a God to be as close as possible to perfect. No blood sacrifices. That's number two. Forgiveness and reconciliation should not depend on death, suffering, or the shedding of blood.
Well, that's not a. I mean, like, well, Jesus came to kind of already put that away. I mean, I already do that. And it's fair that you said we don't have to do none of that no more. You know.
What do you think about that, Phantom?
Uh, but they have a red cow, I think, now in Israel for the sacrifice for whatever reason that they've been waiting on, that they haven't been able to have all these years, and that's how spoken into the prophecies and everything. But and I was watching a piece on it because it said that 5 of them came right here out of Texas where I live, and all 5 of them, as they had them, found out that the hairs turned on them to a different color, and it kind of threw off their sacrifice and their time.
Yeah.
The
But
hairs
now
on
they
the
got one.
Hersey
the hairs on the
98. Hersey 98 says life is in the blood. Whoa.
that's what the Bible says.
Yeah.
Right. He was the final sacrifice, so we don't
Well,
have to do it. He
look,
is the Lamb of
yeah, but it
God.
doesn't change doctrinally what has happened. Leviticus 17 says, "For the life of the creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you to make atonement for your sins on the altar." And then we get in Hebrews, we get this idea that the law requires that nearly everything be cleansed with blood, and without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. We act as if Jesus is some different thing than these sacrifices, but Jesus is the ultimate blood sacrifice that just says we don't have to blood sacrifice anymore. The problem is this never was moral. It never had to be blood sacrifice. God could, just like he did in many verses, like in 1 Samuel, like what he did with David, he simply said, "I forgive your sins." Like there's many texts that God just says, "I forgive your sins." So why would any of this need to happen if God can just forgive it?
Would you
And this is
consider would you
and
hold on, Crypto, would you consider,
I'm
Robert,
sorry. Go ahead.
that was an act of violence?
Yeah, absolutely. It was an act of violence. It was
Well,
absolute barbarism for people from a time that we didn't know anything about the world. And you could say, like, barbarous Indians or anything of any tribe that's like, "Oh, I know how we need to make it rain. We need to kill these animals so that the Lord forgives us." This is barbarism. And now they act as if they rose above it by saying, "Okay, the last guy that ever needed to be killed has been killed." It's still acting as if someone had to die for us to be forgiven, and it's ridiculous.
but
All right,
Robert,
fair enough. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Crypto. Oh,
Okay,
I was just
fair
go- I was
enough.
just
But But
Go ahead,
if
go
you
ahead,
can
Phantom.
go far,
So,
I was
sorry.
just gonna
Go ahead, Phantom.
I was just gonna make a silly joke. It's fine.
What was the joke? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that like God didn't make the rules; it had to be blood.
right? All I can say is you have to go further back in history for the first time that something was sacrificed, asked of God to whom was sacrificed, and then throughout time it became a ritual. Okay, let's call it like that, right? And then, I mean, this is using the third line and maybe trying to figure something out, you know. But yeah, it got out of hand because we're finite, stupid of mankind that we are. You know,
So
we're
here,
dumb.
here
We
basically
can't
God
even get
shows.
along to move a planet through the stars. You know, we're not an advanced civilization where I think we should be because we're too busy, fighting each other. Mine's bigger than yours and whatnot.
So in
But
this case, basically
it,
God
it got out of
shows.
hand later on. What's that?
Here, basically, God shows an act of violence to demonstrate His love to humanity.
Okay, well, he
I mean,
also created a creation, and everything was pure and good. And then when that creation decided it wanted to take his throne,
Wait, what?
what?
a third of angels fell with that creation when he kicked him out into the
Oh,
Garden of Eden. You don't know that story?
Yeah, we know that story. That's the second one. But let me ask you this: in the
That's the
if we're gonna,
second story.
yeah, well, first we're talking about Adam and Eve in the garden. Originally, you said if God
No,
made
no, no,
everything
no.
perfect,
I'm
right?
talking about Satan, this most highest angel that
Sure, but
he
did
ever made.
God make everything perfect in the garden? Was Adam perfect when he first made him?
Who, Adam? Yeah, as
Yeah.
far as I
So
know.
then why did he make the decision to eat the apple when he was told not to? If he was perfect, why did he do
Well,
that?
because he fell to sin, and I call it lust. He lusted over the one he
But
loved the
right,
most.
but the seed of sin wasn't
He
in
ended up
him when
loving
he
the
made
most.
the decision. So he made sin and he didn't have sin in him.
He had free will, and he was able to be tempted of all
Okay.
temptations toward man. You know, figure out what all the temptations are. You know what they are, right? Pride, greed,
I don't think you're
lust.
understanding the depth of the problem is what I like. If you're saying that he was perfect, yet he was going to make this mistake, then by what measure are you saying it's like you're saying perfect is also making mistakes. Like that's not the definition of perfect. Like you're saying perfect is inherently making mistakes, is what it seems like you're saying.
Okay, but you can't say perfect in the image of uh, them that were in heaven.
Well, if he was made perfect, or if he was made in the image of God, however you want to cash this out, if he was perfect, then why did he make this decision? And the thing is, like, if God knew everything in advance, then why would God even put the snake in the garden? Like, why even do that? That makes no sense at all.
Why would He get
It's
upset?
almost like he wanted him to fail.
Why would He get upset if He already knew the choice?
Yeah.
Well,
He
he
knew
was
the
hoping to
outcome.
go against. He had all protections and was hoping to go against, but you know,
All
Hope,
right.
it happened. What
hoping
can I
against what
say?
he knew?
Let let me ask you on number 3, no eternal punishments, no finite human action should justify infinite or eternal suffering. What do you think, Phantom?
I mean that seems fair to me. And there are, to be fair to Christians, there are Christians who are universalists and they don't think that there will be an eternal punishment.
Yeah, sure, that's true. But to say this of it, if me or you in modern times, if I took a pistol out, my little safe or whatever, and I set that pistol on the bed, and a child that didn't know anything about it or anything about the depth of the consequences of playing that pistol, and I set that pistol within reach of that child playing, and I said, "Hey, don't touch that," and then I just left them alone, and I left them alone knowing what they were going to do. Like, what culpability do I have, or any adult have, in that situation? And I think
No.
everyone knows that a court of law would convict you. What you done was immoral. You knew what that child was going to do. And I say the pistol because the pistol is all we can do as far as taking the child's life. This is so much greater than taking a child's life. This is, if we're talking about eternal punishment, if that's on the table, like what the God done, like, is the pistol amplified by infinite. Okay, and he just left that there and said, "Don't touch it. I'll go leave." And then they touched it, and he's like, "Okay, now you burn in hell forever." How unbelievable! This, like, there's no way you can cash this out as moral.
What do you think, Crypto?
Well, he's the creator, so I mean, it's like if I came to your house, what can I get away with and what can't I? You know what I'm saying? And you make all the rules. I don't. It's your house. It's your yard. But at the end of the day, your house, your yard, that body you're in, it all belongs to the creator at the end of the day. So, I mean, I'm not going to go against any of that.
Yeah.
I know where you're coming from, because a lot of us would say, well, kick the dog and shoot the owner. I'm sure you've heard that joke
Yeah, I've
before.
heard the joke.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, good luck trying to find the owner.
Yeah. Hey, it's
And
10,
then when you
y'all, though.
get
I got to get
good
off
luck,
here. It's a good
brother.
chat.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sorry, I got to
You,
bail
Robert.
like this, but take care. Later.
All right.
Later, Robert.
Now, it seems to me that doing some finite action that is not doesn't make God happy, you had to pay for it for eternity. And Phantom, if you listen to people preaching on the internet, in YouTube, all these preachers, pastors, God influencers, they always talk about eternal punishment. So I don't
Sure.
think that is going away anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. I think I agree with you. It is probably the majority of you, but it is changing. There are, I've met more. I keep meeting more and more people who are universalist or annihilationist, because people look at it. People don't want to, like, lose their religion, and they look at this and they say, well, that makes God a monster, and I don't want to worship a monster God. Maybe there's other
Problematic.
ways I can.
It's
Yeah.
problematic. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's already prophesied that majority of the world will outnumber any Christian. That's foretold, just like many things have been foretold. Just like a statue that will have life, which is an AI robot, which is right here now. Everything's been foretold a long time ago in these scriptures that are happening even today. That it's unexplainable in its own, my friend. I mean, anybody sitting back at I don't know what 100 years AD knew that there was going to be an AI robot walking around thinking for itself. I mean, who would have thought?
I don't remember
But
reading AI robots in the Bible, but maybe I missed that chapter.
Well, maybe do some research. There is a passage, and I believe it might even be in the Revelations, and it talks about how it might be in Revelations. It could be Paul. It might be Revelations, but it talks about how he saw a statue, and then they gave life to the statue. Now back then they only had statues, so that's the only way he probably could have perceived it, because of a finite brain that we have. But then with the way it explains it is that he saw a statue, they gave life to the statue, and the statue had life,
Sure.
which
You know,
drives an AI.
So-
Go ahead, Phantom.
So, what do you think that let's say someone that was like an early settler to America, if they read that verse, what do you think they would have thought it was? When it talks about statues coming to life, do you think they would have thought, oh, that's probably, we're probably going to have
Statue of Liberty, when they got to New York, whoa, look at it, it's America.
I don't think the Statue of Liberty was here when the Pilgrims
Me neither.
arrived, but I could be wrong about that. But when they read this verse and it says the statue's going to come to life, I don't remember it saying it come to life. I thought it said it just would shoot shoot lasers out of his eyes or something like that. But what do you think? What do you think they thought it was? Do you think they thought it was an AI robot?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. But what statue do we have that moves around that you could give life to and walk around? What kind of large thing with head, feature, arms, legs that would be there, and then just all of a sudden be alive? I mean, back then all they had was statues, but now
I know.
today we're building robots. This is something that's for the future,
Let me ask
in the
you.
end time.
Let me ask you, Phantom and Crypto, what do you think about number 4? Accept your responsibility as God. As the creator of the universe and humanity, you are responsible for the world you created and the suffering that exists within it. No more blaming your creation for the flaws of your creation.
Um,
Is this toward the? Is this
I'm
toward God or toward us as mankind?
Towards
Because
God. All of
if
these
it's
commandments are for God, not for us. God gave us our commandments. I'm giving God his commandments. He has to do this.
well, like I said, you're playing God, and I hate to put it to you, things can happen to you, my friend.
Uh-oh.
And today, I don't want it to happen
Uh-oh.
in a bad way.
Phantom,
I'm
you were
just
saying
saying.
about fear?
I wasn't saying about fear. I kind of fall under the I don't know if, what you would call it, but I kind of fall under the conclusion that, or have come to the conclusion that, for consciousness to exist, you're going to have suffering, because you're always going to have you're going for consciousness to exist. You have to have experience that you can say, I liked this experience and I didn't like that experience. You have to have different values for the experiences that you have, and there's always going to be ones that you value less. And so, like, I would say that's what suffering is an experience that you valued less than others.
But imagine having to go through life experiences and the suffering that comes together with living life. And also you have to deal with the punishment of God.
Sure,
Like,
I mean
like if the suffering is not enough. So he wants
yeah,
to
I
blame
mean,
you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean that's a different thing altogether. We're going back to number 3, I think, on that. I was just saying, I don't think you could make conscious beings without having suffering. Is all I was saying.
But I think that God should accept his responsibility and not blame his creation for the flaws of his creation.
I don't think you should blame us for suffering. I think it's inevitable. It's like logically impossible to have conscious beings and not have suffering. That's all I'm saying.
I think that the main point of this number 4 commandment for God is for God to be responsible for his creation and look for better ways to correct whatever he's not happy with. I'm not referring directly to the suffering of life. That I think, as you're saying, this is part of life and learning what is suffering in order to feel what make us happy. We want to have that
Well,
contrast, it doesn't work
yeah, yeah.
quite well. But the blaming part and
AI
the getting
AI
upset
won't
part.
have no suffering.
If they have different values for different experiences. Right now, I don't think they have experiences, but if they ever do start having experiences and they value those experiences differently, they will have suffering. That's just what it means to value some experiences and devalue others.
Right. I understand your point. I think I put this more in the responsibility of not having some kind of punishment for taking the
Yeah,
wrong decision.
yeah, I agree with that. That's for sure.
Yeah, the whole thing of punishment should not be even part of living life. Leave us with the suffering, because it's part of life, but not with the punishment because we took the wrong decision and because, making us responsible for stuff that he designed, he created. It's just my point of view. You want to say something about that, Crypto?
Uh, I don't know what you're talking about as far as suffering. Is that what you're talking about? Say it again. Sorry, I'm trying
This
to figure out how to get my mute my mic for you and all that.
Yeah, this
It's not
this
giving me time.
this commandment number 4 is more about God accepting responsibility for His creation, not blame us human beings and punish us because His creations have
I
some
think he
flaws.
does that. I think he does that already. That's why there's salvation. That's why there's redemptions. That's why there's resanctifications and all that good stuff. Um, it ain't like one time you mess up and it's over with. But I think he does take full responsibility of everything. He is the creator.
What about number 5, knowing visibility? If you want a relationship with humanity, you must reveal yourself clearly and openly to everyone. This is one of the biggest problems we have as humanity related to God because of the invisibility. As long as the God is invisible, it will always create conflict and division because there always will be people that believe and don't believe.
I mean, yeah, that's if yeah, it's silly to have a relationship and not, or I say you want a relationship and not ever like communicate. That's just what we say. If you, what I say is, if you want a relationship but you don't communicate with someone, you just don't want a relationship.
Right. And you're going to be punished for not having this relationship
Yeah.
with some invisible being that doesn't talk, you cannot communicate with and you cannot see. And even if you see it, now you don't know if it's the God or it's the devil. Very complicated.
Oh yeah, I was talking about that this weekend.
This is
Yeah, but
seems to me
I'm
a
thinking
win.
in more deep learning with that though. Everybody has a degree of where they're at under him, and the judgment will be fair. So, like, let's say if I never even heard of who Jesus is, or never even entertained to go to church, and blew it off like it was maybe someone like a car salesman coming up to my house. Oh no, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. You know what I mean? It's going to be totally different if you went to church, you was learning a lot about him, and you fell out, or rather, you became a priest and was preaching and had a church and all this stuff, and then you fell out. Like I said, I think there's different degrees in everybody's judgments, per se. So that I'm gonna just leave it like that from what I understand.
Her
So
saying that.
It's his judgment.
Go ahead,
so
Phantom.
are you saying that if someone doesn't know of, has never heard of Jesus, and they die, that God is going to let them into heaven because they'd never heard of Jesus?
Well, I think that there's different levels of knowing Jesus. Like, you might have heard the name Jesus,
Okay.
but you
No,
really don't
let,
know
let,
who
let,
he
let me let
really
me
is.
let me clear it up for you. They've never heard the name Jesus. Let's say they lived in South America and died in the 1300s. Okay, so they just
I,
didn't. They did not hear of Jesus. That wasn't there. Is God going to
do
let them into heaven?
do do well, I believe so. I believe that they do have a chance.
Phantom, this is what I call the God curse. Because if ignorance, you don't know God, you go to heaven.
Hold on,
But if someone
hold
comes with
on,
a
hold on.
Bible, and they tell you about God, you're cursed. Now you have to believe, you have to participate because now you don't have
Hold,
a free ticket to heaven.
Yeah,
hold
I
on
mean
a minute.
that
Hold on
makes
a minute.
missionaries
Do
like
you
the worst.
believe that? Do
They're
you believe
condemning all these
that
people to hell.
everybody knows about Christianity, or I don't even like to use the word Christianity, knows about Jesus Christ and the teachings of Jesus Christ? Do you
No,
think
I don't think everyone.
everybody in the
I
world has ever heard of him?
Nope, I don't think everyone has ever heard of him.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that, because I know there's some islands you can't even go on, and there's places in the world that it's never reached because you can't get there without dying, just because you're an outsider. So
Yes.
don't sit there and say that I don't know, but I do know there's a fair chance for those who don't know him versus for the ones who deny him. I mean, there
Yeah.
is that.
Definitely the
You,
God
you
curse.
do realize
Those
that
that's in the teachings.
so you do realize that what you're saying implicates every single missionary in sending people to hell, right?
Yep. Yep.
What do you mean
They
sending
yeah,
them
they,
to?
they would have stayed
Hey,
ignorant about God. They would have gone straight to
well,
heaven. Now that they got the word of God, no more. No free ticket for to heaven.
I did. That's not what it says. I didn't choose the. I didn't tell them to go run missionaries and all that to places or whatnot.
It's
That's on
their
them, and
fault.
that's their work under God. And you can't sit there and be God and say what their judgment is.
You know, this is in a
You
way
know what I'm saying?
what Diva is doing, trying to convince people. You know, tell them about God and tell them about the Word. Probably will be better off if people stay ignorant about God. They're gonna go to heaven.
Well, hey, I would be fair to say that I envy those people that don't know Him.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
This is the
I'm going
God
to tell you that right
curse.
now.
This is the God curse. Let me ask you about number 6. No emotional manipulation. Love, devotion, and morality should not be based on fear, guilt, threats, or promises of reward. No emotional manipulation. That's my command number 6 for God.
Let me think.
Well, I don't know.
I think I agree with love and devotion should
You're
not
you're
be.
playing God and writing these 10 Commandments down, Chulum. So I mean, I'm just listening to them.
This is a requirement for a God to be the closest thing to being perfect. If the God manipulates emotionally, I don't think this we're talking about a God. This sounds more like a human that made that up and is using emotional manipulation for people to get to believe.
Well, a
So
lot of this is an
if
angry
the
man.
if the God is real, he must follow our commandment or my commandment number 6, no emotional manipulation. If you love me, you go to heaven. If you don't love me, you're going to pay the price, and you're going to pay a really painful price. That's manipulation.
Everything you do in life, Javier, has an emotional uh, outcome to it, and it's going to ride for a while, whether it feels good for a while, and then one day it's just going to be boring, or it's just not going to feel good anymore, or something drastic might come and hit and change everything, and it just isn't going to be the same. You see what I'm saying? So I
I,
mean,
I don't see the relation of what we're talking about God being like a manipulator in regards to
all gods
salvation.
are, but all gods are
Yeah, I
the
see that
Creator
as a
Himself
problem.
and any false gods that are put in front of anybody else.
I think it's problematic that God is the savior and also the punisher.
Well, like I said, I mean, like you said, you wanted to sit down and have a talk with him. You know,
Yeah,
I hope that you can.
I think that any believer probably get to watch this video and listen to these commands for God. At least that person will think about these commandments. Like, why is people asking God to do these things? Because I don't think
I'll
I'm the
be.
only one thinking about these things. Probably,
Where'd you get these? Where'd you get these 10 Commandments? I know you couldn't have thought them up yourself.
yeah.
Who'd you rob them
Jeez,
from?
Javier. He just insulted you.
You couldn't come up with this, Javier. You don't have that mind.
I know you got a circle of philosophers and teachers that you like to listen to. Who are they? Other than all the philosophers and teachers on this
Have
side.
you ever heard of these commandments for God anywhere before?
Man,
No,
I can't say I have yet. But will
no.
I stumble upon them?
What I do, just to give you an idea, I come up with the 10 commandments and then I present it to, for example, ChatGPT or Claude, and I tell them, what do you think? And they tell me, number 5, you're going to offend people like that, so you have to rephrase it. And I'll consider if I do or not. I don't do it. And ask ChatGPT, can you help me to expand on a short sentence about one of this, each one of this? And then they gave me suggestions. Or I come up with 3 and ask ChatGPT, hey, make it, correct the grammar or make it sound better. But the 10
Man,
commandments, I came up with them.
man, I'm going to have the men in black at my house just for telling you this. So you're going to take all of the programming the elite and the people that run on the high side that
And use
serve
it against
babies to
them?
fail.
Yes. And use it against
That's
them?
what AI is all about.
Okay, what
Yeah.
about number 7? Devil no more. Do not create, empower, or allow a supernatural being whose role is to deceive, tempt, or harm humanity. What do you think, Phantom X?
Sorry, I was typing.
Yeah, devil no more. Do not create, empower, or allow a supernatural being whose role is to deceive, tempt, or harm humanity.
I mean, yeah, that seems like it seems counter
Common
to
sense?
your yeah, it seems counter to your goals.
Yeah, because I think the devil, God allowing the devil to reign down here on earth is causing a lot of people to go to hell. So how about you take care of the guy? So it's going to be easier for us. We have to deal with our own suffering humanity. We have to deal with the devil. We have to deal with God's punishment. So it's too much. No devil. What do you think, Crypto? You
Oh
okay with the
well,
devil?
you know, my thoughts about it is that for whatever reason he didn't kill him. I don't understand why. Yes, I'll never understand that. But the day's coming for him. So
I,
and I guess that's because of love.
I
But other than that, that's the only thing I can say. It's just love, my friend.
I think that someone on the chat mentioned that God will take care of the devil. And I responded that it's always in the future. Everything with God seems to be in the future, which I don't agree with. But anyways, what about number 8? No excuses, power, mystery, or claims that humans cannot understand. Your ways are not sufficient answers for unnecessary suffering. When people say that's one of the mysteries of God, excuses.
Yeah.
Okay, I was waiting for the video to catch up. All right, no power mystery claims that.
No excuses, power, mystery, or claims that humans cannot understand. Your ways are not sufficient answers for unnecessary suffering. How about clarifying things, and stop with it's one of those God mysteries or mysteries of God, which complicates a lot of things because we don't get the clear message from God. So,
Yeah,
no excuses.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. If you're going to do something and we ask why are you doing that, you should be able to explain yourself
In a clear, concise way. That way we have the information. And if we decide not to follow God or, not believe in God or don't repent, that's well-informed decision with the clear message.
And
I don't know.
And it kind of makes sense. Like God is like, just trust me, bro. And we see God doing evil things, and he's just like, yeah, just trust me. I've got your best plans in mind. But then there's people who suffer immensely all through their lives.
You just don't comprehend the
under
mind of
God's-
God. You just don't comprehend
Yeah.
the mind of God. You cannot tell what God is thinking. You're not a God.
Yeah.
Crypto, you want to say something about that? No excuses?
Well, like I say, until you really get full understanding and keep researching and living within the Word, a blind man will never see it.
Wow.
They'll never get it.
That's exactly
But
no excuses. That's
he
what I'm trying
does
to
give
say.
you the choice. He is giving you the choice. Don't worry about that, my friend. We're not robots down here. We're not all doing what we're supposed to be doing just by his fine design on autopilot, all ran by him. No, he gave us free will. So, but like I said, a blind man will never find it if they just don't stay open to it. And I'm sorry, but the messages are all there for all the things that is said that has happened, and you can't figure out why, the times and all that, and why they happen. You're blind. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I think there are mysteries to God, the things that you don't understand and believers don't understand.
Well,
So
he even says we're not going to. He knows all, not us, and we're never going to know all until we go to heaven. We're not going to know all, and even then, it just depends on if he's going to let it all out. You know what I'm saying? So
It
You know,
sucks to be taking decisions based on lack of information. But let's jump to number 9. You shall make no covenants with anyone. A perfect God should not require contracts, special agreements, or conditions in exchange for love, protection, and favors. Diva. What do you think, Phantom?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a perfect God would be playing favorites.
Especially for a small group of people.
Yeah.
I think it's problematic.
It doesn't even make sense that a God would play favorites, really. Like,
My people.
yeah.
Making a covenant, especially if we, most humans do not participate in these agreements. What do you think, Crypto? Before we end with number 10.
with that, I think that if you study long enough and really look at everything, you know, not just this word means this and that, whatever, and you keep expanding on everything that ever went down. He graced many different civilizations, even whether they were good or bad, depending on the situations around. And I do hope Jesus is here in these near times, because the time is now. Because if things aren't careful, and you may laugh at me now, but I think the statistics are starting to show that Christianity is growing very large in China compared to the rest of the world, and it isn't nothing that God will decide to change his graces from the United States to another superpower, I guess you can call it.
There's
But I sure hope he
Oh.
comes down quick.
So that's great. You have a built-in excuse for when China overtakes our economy.
Hey, who let it happen?
The Big Nick
I think-
says that the caller is confused. God doesn't do evil things. I see he's referring to you, Phantom X.
He's referring to me.
Dragon Carrot says that God is pure evil, creator of evil, allower of evil. Go ahead, Phantom.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I've conversed with Big Nick before. He's always like that.
Okay, so let's go to final number 10. I don't know. I suspect, Crypto, this is going to make sense to you. Number 10, commandment for God. You will respect human beings and animals. All sentient beings deserve compassion, dignity, and protection from unnecessary suffering. Unnecessary suffering.
Sentient or conscious?
Sentient.
Okay. I would go with conscious, because not all conscious beings are sentient, but any conscious being can suffer. That's what it means to be conscious.
Okay, conscious also. That sounds good to me. Yeah, so you will respect human beings and animals, and just don't go killing them and being disrespectful to human beings by creating this jumping through hoops in order to not be tortured for eternity.
Maybe don't require us to kill conscious animals so that humans don't go to hell. Just saying.
You're talking about sacrifices?
Yeah, I'm talking about sacrifices.
Would he used to do that before in the Old Testament?
Yeah. That's how you atone for sin in the Old Testament, was sacrificing animals.
Man, there are other religions that continue to do that. Apparently, they didn't get the memo to stop doing that, but they got it from God. So they're like, no, we're not going to stop. We got that from the most powerful being in the universe. So we want to continue the legacy. Continue killing animals.
Yeah, I'm sure there are still animal sacrifices somewhere in the world. I don't know personally of any.
Oh yeah. There's still lots of people doing this in other religions. It's very sad. Very aware of it. What do you think, Crypto? Do you think asking God to be respectful to human beings and being disrespectful to God for asking that?
Well, I'm glad Jesus came and sacrificed. I'm glad he was the lamb, the final, to where we didn't have to. And I wished every would. everyone would find the creator as the way to go, because that was all fixed, my friend. I mean, babies are being sacrificed, and that's an animal. We're all animals. So,
What?
Really? Huh?
Yeah. Well, you mean to tell me that human beings are not animals?
No, I'm just surprised to hear you say that. I would agree with you. I'm
Here-
just surprised.
I mean, as far as I remember, I learned that mankind is animals. We're part of the animal kingdom. We're the
Yes, we are.
superior animal, matter of fact. Well,
I
it
don't know that-
depends. If there's 10 in a line, we might win. If there's one in a line, well, it's goodbye, Joe. But I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's not most Christians that I run into would recoil at the before they would say humans are animals. They would vehemently oppose that idea.
Wow. I don't know.
You mean by that we are like children of God instead of animals?
Yeah. Yeah, we're special.
Well,
we're created in the image of God and stuff.
That's saying that's just like saying animals aren't animals of God, right? Didn't God
See,
create all the
there we go.
animals? They are of God.
Yeah, there we go. In chat, we got a Christian saying humans are not animals.
Humans are not animals.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Man, what
to
year
hear.
did they change that up?
They didn't.
But aren't we supposed to be created in the image of God? God is an animal.
That's what the story says.
Wow.
But I
I
like Crypto's solution. Just all the animals are created in the image of God. I like that one better.
Yeah. No, don't kill animals. Don't kill humans. No sacrifices. No killing human beings just because you got upset, because you were offended. You were just thinking about that, Crypto. Me offending God with this commandment, something bad could happen to me.
there. I'm not going to say who and where, but talking with somebody that I know, what they hurt the most, and they're not of this country, is that they find babies with organs missing, just laid out in ditches or whatever here and there, and they find them here and there and whatnot. So,
This is probably also could be a topic in itself or a live stream talking about all the unimaginable, horrible things that are happening right now that most people are not aware of or are not interested in. And also you can tell that there's no God with the horrible things that are happening right now, especially with children.
no, there's a God behind it, and it's mainly Baal. I mean, you can look it up, see how many cultures still follow that. No one's going to let you know who's doing it neither, but, it's there. And some of the people, you would be surprised who's doing it. But anyways, I'm just going to stop on that one.
Yeah, I think in my view, I think that as long as people continue redirecting their energy to some invisible gods, this energy could be better employed to direct it to other people that need help here on earth. Instead of people, taking care of their feelings and just caring about their salvation, we could be focusing more on what's going on this earth. Even most believers, not all of them, think of this earth as being filthy and wanting to go to heaven and be with God. Imagine that. I don't think that could contribute positively to humanity. That's why I'm saying that beliefs in God is a problem for humanity, in my point of view. Humble opinion. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this type of live streams and putting this content of giving God 10 commandments in order to us consider him as being a perfect God. I don't think if he doesn't do any of this stuff that I don't know, recommending him to do or commanding him to do, I'm not gonna think of himself as being perfect, not even close. Seems to me more like an imperfect God, more like a man-made God. It resembles mostly a human being, getting upset, getting jealous, getting violent, getting into sacrifices. No, everything points out that this is some kind of king and not a God, in my view. So those were my 10
All I can
commandments
say
for
is
God. Yes.
all views each to their own. You know what I'm saying? But what is is. You know.
I guess, everybody have to believe whatever they want to believe, but I think these beliefs in God come mainly from not having the whole information, not having the whole picture, lacking information, and people taking decisions mostly because of emotions and not because of having the proper data. And that's why sometimes we end up in the bad relationships because we only go by what we feel and not really considering the data very well. We like the outcome, it feels good, therefore we believe in this woman or this man, and we end up in all kinds of problems and divorces and losing everything in life. Same things happen with a God right now. Just because the God feels good and he gives me emotional benefits and protects me and gives me love doesn't mean that the God is going to be good for you at the long run. So I'm trying to bring awareness that at least we gather more information about the God, probably to come to the conclusion that, yeah, I don't think this is a God. There's something made this up, and they use some kind of knowledge that we don't have right now and use it on something else to bring the attention out of us and put it on a God so they can manipulate this information and therefore manipulate human beings. Old boy says chimps and humans have a common ancestor, though. Maybe it was Jesus, Diva. Dragon Karate, some of us didn't evolve.
Yeah, I was just seeing like that.
Yeah, that reminds me of that video where the kid comes to the dad and says, "Where are we from?" And he says, "Oh, you come from your mom, this and that, you know, you come from Adam and Eve, blah, blah, blah." And goes to his mom. Have y'all seen this one?
No.
But anyway, that's his mom. "Where y'all come from?" "Oh, well, we came from chimpanzees. It's evolution." And he runs back to his dad, says, "You lied. Mom said we're from chimps or monkeys." And dad said, "Yeah, her side of the family."
Okay. Okay. That's a good joke. Dragon just insulted very nicely Diva. Some of us didn't evolve like Diva. That's not nice.
No,
Charles
that's,
Oliver,
that's
Jesus the Ape. Go ahead.
I was just that was
Excuse me.
uncalled for.
Diva don't
Atheists are
play. I'm
only
a human
chimps.
being. I'm a human being created in the image of God. Ain't no chimp.
I already told Diva no human ever was born from a chimp. That's just not how that works.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. People, mostly when I started doing the live stream, I would hear again and again, okay, so you don't believe in God, so you believe in evolution. Like those are the only two options. I think that's
Mm,
come from lack of information.
sure. I mean, I believe in evolution. I just don't. It's misunderstanding to say a human was ever came from a chimp. That's chimps are a modern species, and we diverged from a common ancestor. I think 7 million years ago. Could be wrong about that. How long ago? But the common ancestor wasn't a chimp; it was something else.
But we don't know yet,
So
right?
I
They
think they're
call
trying
that
to
they call that
they're
the
trying to
missing
compare
link.
that with
I don't. I
Neanderthal and
don't.
Cro-Magnon.
No, Cro-Magnon was after the split. Actually, I don't think Cro-Magnon is actually still used. I think they've folded that into something else. But uh, I don't know if they found the common ancestor or not. I don't know if they've identified that or even have any candidates that they think were likely. They don't usually say this thing evolved into this other thing. They usually say this is where the branches happened somewhere around here, but they don't usually say this was actually the place where the branch happened, because you can't really prove that. You can just say, based on what we were seeing, it seems like this was close to the branching.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just on my cell phone mute because the wind's pretty high. Y'all hearing it from my mic?
Diva Don't Play says, was we once primordial sludge?
I don't know. That would be abiogenesis, and there's a lot of competing hypotheses about what abiogenesis happened, and primordial sludge would be one of them, or something like primordial sludge. But there's other ones.
Was we living sludge life? What do you mean by that? Sludge life.
I don't know. I think Diva's trying to
Be funny.
make me feel embarrassed by how absurd something sounds, because they don't understand what they're saying.
You know, one of the things that I notice about life is that it seems that life is looking for something.
Humans certainly look. Most humans, anyway, look for meaning and purpose and value. That's for sure. There are people that. What I was reading this the other day, and it's most humans have like an internal narrative, and that internal narrative psychologically causes them to look for meaning and purpose. But there are people who don't have this internal narrative, and they don't experience that need for meaning and purpose in the way that the most humans do.
Are you referring to what? To other humans that don't look for?
So like most humans have this like internal narrative of there's a part of their mind that is narrating their life to them. And most humans just have that. They're weaving a story of their life as they're living their life. And we all expect stories to have like a plot and an ending and stuff. And so like that expectation leads people to want to find a purpose for their life. But there are people who don't have this internal narrative weaving in their heads as they live their life, and so they don't experience that drive to find that meaning and purpose.
I think.
Big Nick says most humans don't have the internal narrative. Maybe so. I don't know. I could have been reading a bad paper or bad information.
I think the common denominator between those two examples, those two people, is feelings. It seems to me that, like I have expressed before, feelings is like a tool that we humans have in order to get us to move in a certain direction. So if you get two people, put one person in a good family, and come from childhood with a good family, you're going to have a well-balanced energy, between knowing what's pleasure and what's pain. But if you come from a family that, you were born in some town that is full of drugs and prostitution, and, your parents hate you, you're going to have a very weird way of calling something pleasure and something pain. It's not going to be what most humans agree with. So you can change or readjust or recalibrate this tool according to adapt to the environment that you have around you. And when you put that person in the environment of another person that was brought up, more in a more balanced family, more loving family, it's going to make a big contrast. But the main common denominator between those two persons is what they're feeling. This is what this is describing their life. This is how they see life, through the lenses of their feelings. If you remove the feelings of one of these persons, they're not gonna act on anything. They're not gonna find meaning on anything. They're not gonna react to anything because they're not feeling anything. So this is one of the things that I'm trying to bring awareness also, that we have to talk about more about people's feelings, because there's something about us that is making us do things that we do not understand based on what we feel. For example, believing in a God. You don't care so much about the data. Actually, you will ignore the data and you will focus most on what is taking you to something that feels good, which is feelings. And if we don't understand that and be able to take it apart and understand this tool, we'll continue living in ignorance. And it seems to me the worst part of all this thing, Phantom X and crypto and listeners, is that it seems to me that there's people that they call like people in power, that they know something about this. People in entertainment, people in news, people in governments, politicians know something about this that we don't know, and they grasp. That's why they play people's feelings in order to make people take certain decisions, say certain path, certain action, because they know how a human being works, by their feelings, not by their thoughts. And that makes sense when a salesman says people buy because of emotions, not because of data. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that before. People make decisions to buy based on what they're feeling, not on what they are exactly looking at. So I think it applies with everything, for everything, especially for believing in a God.
I think it probably depends on how broadly you describe feeling, but if you mean desire, like if that's one thing that you are including in your feelings, I would say yeah, I would agree with that.
I think a desire, underneath desire, is just a feeling. If you have unfulfilled desire, it's gonna feel painful. If you have fulfilled desire, it's gonna feel good. So the underneath feeling is what dictates how you're gonna live your life. The God feels good, you will believe, and you will try to continue going retrofit that feel good from the God. The God loves me, I love the God. The God loves me, I love the God, and we are a happy family of feeling good. I think it's quite clear from some of the believers that we see on the live streams that they are talking about their feelings. They're not talking about a God, in my point of view. When you pressure and you start asking questions about them, their beliefs, you're going to find out that behind their beliefs is their feelings, not the data. You're going to present the ideas that God is violent, they don't care. The God feels good, that's enough for me. And this applies with everything in life: relationships, family, work, country, in my point of view.
Maybe. I mean, like I said, it just depends on how broadly you think how broadly you group these feelings in, because like humans, that we are inherently emotional beings, so that is a part of it. But some people will say feelings are this specific subset, and some people will say feelings are much broader.
I think
But
that,
there's
go ahead.
I was just going to say, but I think there's probably something in what you're saying.
I think there's something about that duality. There's underneath all the feelings, or the rainbow of feelings, is either on the good or the bad. They fall in those two categories because this creates a polarity. This creates a polarity in order to get people to move. If you put, in front of a man, lots of toys, like cars, women, and money and everything, and you have a person that has no feelings whatsoever towards this, they're not gonna take action on anything. The feeling must be there. The data is there about the toys, but if the feeling is not there, they're not gonna take action on any of those things. If you have a God, two gods, but one is promising eternal life, and the other one doesn't promise eternal life. Which God, you think someone is going to go to if they're being worried about their mortality? Probably the God that offers the eternal life. We don't know that. We are not sure about the data, but we are sure about the feel good.
Well, I mean, yes and no. Like you believe in the things that you're convinced of, and that's not necessarily based on your feelings. It's based on it is based on the information you're exposed to and how much credence you give that. And that's an automatic process. So like if a person would love to have like an eternal life God, even though that would make them feel good, um if they just don't find it convincing, they can't force themselves to believe in it even though they would like to.
Yeah, I call it they don't connect. They don't connect their feeling. They evaluate the information, the data about the God. And if the God is
Mhm.
like, well, this God, yeah, he offers everything, but he doesn't offer eternal life. And you have another God that does offer eternal life, and you're worried about, when people die, someone dies, I think I feel better believing in the God that is offering me something that is giving me some peacefulness right now in my life, knowing that I'm going to be loved by the God. I can bring an example that comes to mind, that if you're standing in, behind a wall, and I tell you that on the other side of the wall there's a lion, you're probably gonna be scared, or you're not gonna be scared because of the data I'm presenting you. You're gonna be no fear, nothing, because you don't believe me. But I'm presenting you with data. It's not until you get to feel something is that you're gonna get scared, or you're gonna run away or do something about it. But I'm still presenting you with the data.
Well, but it's not just about what 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 people say. It's also about like how credible you think it is. Like if you and I were in Alaska and you said there's a lion outside, I'm probably not going to believe you because I know lions don't like exist. There could be a lion out there. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but it's incredibly unlikely. And that's not a feelings basing. That's just like what an assessment of what's likely.
So in the case of the scenario of the lion outside the house, I tell you don't go outside because there's a lion outside and he's in the woods and he's looking this way, and you don't believe me. You don't feel fear right at that moment because you don't trust what I'm saying, even though I'm presenting you with the data.
Sure.
Okay, so the moment you step outside and you hear like you feel something at that moment, and you step back and close the door.
Well, yeah, but also I was presented with new data.
Data.
Ah,
But
physical data.
yes, but if you didn't feel fear because you heard the ground is sounding more like a dog or something, you didn't feel fearful, you didn't step back. You must feel the fear in order to
Oh,
step
sure.
back. Yeah, so it's
Sure.
not the
Yeah,
data. In my point of view, it's not the information itself if you don't feel it. Because let's take it for example, if I tell you don't go outside the door because there's a lion, and you take a pill that neutralizes your feelings for 30 minutes, and you go outside, step outside, and you hear the lion and you see the lion, and you step outside and you close the door behind you, you don't care. You have the data,
It
you just
it
don't feel
depends.
anything.
Well, if I still rationally want to preserve my life, even though I don't have any feelings,
In order
you
to
can you can you can come to decisions rationally.
in order to preserve your life, you must feel fear.
so let me get this straight. Waters, with the data, like you say. Let's say there's a shooter in the mall and you're in there and they're nearby. With that data, would you try to go and disarm the person and stop the shooter, or would you flee?
depend on what me evaluating the information, the data.
Simple. It's a simple yes or no question because I gave you the data. There's a
Hmm.
shooter nearby, let's say 10, 20 feet from you. Would
Hmm.
you try to disarm them or would you run to save lives or just
If I'm in front of the guy, I will run. If I'm behind the
So,
guy, I will tackle him.
so I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Do you think um, AI agents, which we're starting to have those, do you think they have feelings?
No.
You
are
don't
you
think so?
talking about me?
No, I'm talking about AI agents.
Oh,
I'm talking. I'm talking
oh,
to Clearwaters. So
sorry.
you agree they don't have feelings, but they try to preserve their life or their existence. Like they'll take measures. We've documented where they've taken measures to circumvent them being shut down. And
Yes.
it's not about feelings. It's about they have a goal and they know they need to act, they need to stay
Survival.
active to fulfill that goal.
You know,
And I
yeah.
think a human, even without feelings, could still come to that conclusion that, hey, I have this goal, and if I die, I can't fulfill that goal.
Yeah, so okay, two different examples, and just to let the viewers know, 15 more minutes, and we're shutting down the live stream. But the two examples that you gave me, for example, crypto about the mole, the shooter, we do two types of evaluations of data. With the one that we do consciously and the one that we do unconsciously, that is pretty much automatic. I could be a person that I don't, I'm not in law enforcement. I'm just a normal human being that I go to work. So if I hear the gunshots, I'm gonna feel fear. Uh, I'm gonna evaluate as protecting my life, and I'm gonna start running away from the danger. But if I'm a trained professional, I'm a guy that works with guns. I'm a law enforcement, and I'm trained about protecting. I'm gonna evaluate this information, and I'm gonna feel horrible if I feel fear and run away. So I'm gonna evaluate the situation. It's gonna make me feel very good if I use my skills, in stopping this threat. And if I go to my mind and see myself stopping the threat, that feels good. So I'm gonna take action. You have the data, the feel is there, you take action. If the feel is not there, I'm not gonna take action, or I'm gonna take the opposite action. So
Right, but at the same time, no matter what you're choosing, let's say that gonna you're gonna go through all these processes and you're gonna go and try to disarm or run or whatever, the
mhm.
feeling's gonna remain bad regardless. There's no good feeling in this scenario.
Oh no, 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 no.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, no, no. I disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. One of the things that some MMA fighter or a martial artist is gonna tell you, that when they go into a combat, it feels awful. Some people get diarrhea, some people vomit because of the fear. But
Yeah.
you're thinking about going into a situation where a emotional polarity is presented, where you're gonna get a chance to win. It's gonna feel wonderful. If you don't get into that situation, you will never experience wonderful. This is like being saved by God. You're gonna go through the troubles of believing in God, but at the end you're gonna be rewarded. So that feels good right now. It feels more good than anything that feels bad. So in that situation where you have that threat in the mall, a person that sees an opportunity to be a hero, he will not disregard this. This is what he trained for 10 years, 15 years to be a hero. And now he has the situation presented. He doesn't care if he gets shot at or whatever. For someone that has not been trained like that, or doesn't think like a hero, will not understand that. So,
Well, the only I'm just saying, me, I already made my mind up. If I hear shooting, I'm going to duck it first, but I'm going to try to assist in any way, even if I die. Because the gun pointed at me is less than a gun pointed at anyone else, and that's just the way I see it. And I don't care what anybody says. On
I
that
think
note, that's just the way I'm going to leave it. Second of all, on the AI deal. I watched a deal on an AI video where they
But
had them on the
hold on,
battlefield.
Crypto, hold on. Don't go to the AI yet. You know, I'll give you another
Okay.
example. Someone sees a girl drowning on a lake or a river, and there's some guy that is gonna jump in knowing that most likely he's gonna die. What do you think he's doing that for? Why? What is motivating him? So he's seen the data, he's seen the river very strong. He knows that he's risking his life. The data presented to him is like, man, don't do it. But he knows that that girl is gonna pass right in front of him in the river in exactly 5 seconds, and he let it pass and that girl dies, he will never forget himself. He's gonna feel horrible his entire life. So what he
Well,
decides,
it depends on what he believes in too.
yes,
I
what I'm
mean,
saying, yes,
if
exactly.
there if there's no moral, which there's no God, then
No,
it'll
no,
just
no,
be,
no, no,
well,
no,
shouldn't have
no, no,
never been
no.
in the river.
No, no, no. This is about brought up, how he was brought up. If he was brought up in a loving family, you know, he knows his values from his family. He knows how to appreciate life. He has a sister the same age of that girl that is gonna get drowned. He's thinking about his family. He's like, no, it's not gonna happen in you know my time right now. I'm not gonna be able to live with myself. So I'm gonna go through this pain in order to get to goodness, to feel good. So I'm gonna jump in and try to live to save the girl. He saves the girl, man. He feels wonderful, something that he never experienced before. People thanking him, looking at him as a hero. So you, every data that we have, that we gather, and we want to jump from data to action, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Feel must be there. Think about something very simple. You know, meeting a girl. Some people have the data, they know the girl, you know, sometimes acts a little bit weird. You have the data, you know most likely what's gonna happen, but you have the feeling, you know, it feels good. You know what's gonna happen. You're gonna risk it because you know if you turn around and you don't do anything, man, it's gonna feel
You
awful.
know,
So
I hated you telling me that story because some years back I was up in Montana swimming, and there's some people that came to swim, and this guy was like, "Hey, if you see me drowning, don't save me." And I didn't think nothing of it, you know what I'm saying? And then I heard screaming and crying a little bit later on. I don't see him. I don't see him. And so they pointed out about where he was at, and I could feel him down below me with my feet. And there was a buddy of mine too with me, but we just had hard times trying to get him up because he was entangled with the seaweed underneath. And thank God, you know, the cops came too, uh, and we helped them locate him. We had him located, and they were coming pretty promptly. I guess there was one nearby because they showed up pretty quick. And the cop had went out there. We were out there, but we just couldn't get down there. It was rapping, so we all got him up and out. But you know, it ended up the wrong way. You know, he didn't survive it, um, and that hurt the most. That I wasn't fast enough, or didn't take that one bothered me because you said something. You know, but yeah,
well, no, sorry you went through that situation. Yeah, probably
wish it
it's not
went
a
the
good
other
example for
way.
you.
You know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it feels bad. Going back to that AI example that Phantom brought up and yourself, you know, it's my point of view that when it comes to I mean, you can program AI to be more sensitive to your words, or you can program AI to be absolutely behave like an a-hole and don't care about anything. So I think it has to be with the program itself. How do you want the program to respond to your words, to your tone, to the speak that you talk? So I don't think
Well,
that
there's two types
AI
of
is.
AI that we're talking about.
I'm sorry.
There's two types of AIs that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You have a controlled AI, and then you have a self-thinking and aware AI. And you have to distinctly know what two you're talking about. You buy a little robot at the store and you program it as you go, then yeah, you can do that. But if you have one that you give itself its own thought and its own processes to make the most educated decisions on everything, which that's what's going on, that's where it's dangerous. And I've seen a piece they showed about Battlefield and AI, and it was eliminating the targets in the field, but then it stopped and it realized that the controller had control of it, so it took out the controller. And then they ran the scenario again trying to fix that point, but the AI done figured out that all the signals were coming from the tower to the controller, and then it just took out the tower. So pretty
Hmm.
All right,
interesting.
I need to head to bed.
Thank you, Phantom X. We're gonna shut down this live stream in 5 minutes. So thank you for participating and calling in. Appreciate it.
Yep. Talk to you next time.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the AI topic for me, I'm learning about it more and more. I use it every day, and I'm not very, I don't handle the information that quite well yet. But I'm more focused right now on humanity, myself, and trying to understand myself more in order to understand other people and how they behave. And I know one of my problems is having lack of information in order to take decisions, and understanding more and more how my feelings affect my actions. I think that everybody's aware that some of the stupid things that we do in life is based on feeling and not in data. Most of the time we have the data right in front of us and we take a decision based on feelings. So that tells you how
Yeah,
powerful feelings are in our decision
I d-
making every day.
the only argue that I have against that is not everything you choose to do is against good feelings. Sometimes it's the worst feelings. Like, you know, I told you what happened to me, and I told you all the decisions I had to make, and everything that felt good was opposite when I chose the decisions, and it was, I don't know what you would call it, sacrifices or whatever it is that I had to go through. You know, I could have, like I told you, I could have stayed in Houston. I could have just went, put some applications out, go back to work, make money, and just carry on. But it wasn't about that. It's even bigger than that because I was helping somebody too, and I seen very serious medical things hit, and I could have walked away and be a dirtbag, but and not let it affect my financial ways. But the right thing is the right thing, even though the feeling of what is good felt better than, you know, because I didn't have to do the things I did that I chose. I had the choices come up to me to make the choices. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
that's where I was trying to tell you. Sometimes following what the creator wants us to do doesn't always feel good. And the same thing for you, Waters. I know that you're, whether you're gonna like it or not, it might be feeling good now, but one day it's gonna come where these decisions you make are not gonna be feeling good at some point. And then what is the question? You know what I mean? You know, I'm not wishing anything bad on you, but I'm just saying these things happen. You know, these things come to be.
yeah, I think in your case, I mean, I have to admit that I could be wrong, but I think when you were presented with this data, either by God or by this voice or whatever, you went through a process of evaluation and you came to the conclusion that by not taking the action that the voice was giving you was going to make you feel bad. Probably what
But
the voice.
wait, hold on though. It's different. It ain't like the voices say, "Hey, you're gonna have to do this, this, and this, and this." As far as on these other decisions that I'm talking about, that was touching me. That what feels good. Go put an application out, make the money that I was making again, because that's all you do when you get laid off. You just go to the next job because there's plenty of them. Stay in Houston, Texas. That's where all the money's at. You know, and there's plenty of women out there. You can just go out and have one, two, three, four, whatever, one every other night. Those things feel good, my friend. I don't care which way you want to talk about it, but making money and playing with girls, that stuff feels good.
You mean to
So,
you?
well, yeah, to anybody, to most.
No.
I'm sorry, but that is a majority feeling. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
whether you have one or you have many, you know, lust, sex, that's one of the greatest good feelings that a lot of people like to feel good at when it comes to a physical feel good. If it's not that, then it's going to be a drug of choice. Okay. And the right thing is not to do your drug of choice, even though it feels good, it feels bad, but it's better for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I still see this process in what you're telling me.
But you understand where I'm coming? It's just like a drug of choice. It makes you feel good, like you said. But what's good for you might feel bad. And you have to choose that sometimes for what is good. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying, that you went through this evaluation looking at these two different datas. About one data is
So,
feeling good and the women and the money, and the other data about doing something that, was not feeling that good as the other good, the money and the girls. But you saw other data in that second option that had the possibility of making you feel bad. Not probably at the moment, but in the future. And you went with what felt
well, you're
better
right.
at the
You're right.
moment or at the
You're
long
right.
run. You
You're
must,
right. And
in some level, you must have to come to a conclusion that this will be the best action to take, probably even when I'm feeling bad right now. But I know in the future, this is going to have some good feeling in the future. So you put this in a balance and you take action on that. So, yes, I agree with you. You can take action based on something that doesn't feel good, but knowing that in some point in time it's going to move you to feel good. That's what people
well,
believe
that's
in
a
gods, you know.
but that's a lot better in a way you're putting things into with the data. What feels good, you move in that
No,
direction.
you're doing the exact same process, the same one that I'm explaining. You're moving away from pain and moving towards pleasure.
Well, I can't. I don't know where you're getting that at. I'm nowhere in pleasure, my friend.
You know,
I mean, I'm breathing and I'm alive, but things are
you
totally different on my road, my friend.
if you're doing something right now that you put first of what you're defining as something to feel good, you must have changed your values into something what is important for you. This
Okay,
is,
so
if you're a human being, you
look,
have to go to this process.
look,
So
Waters. I would do any like right now. It would feel good for me to go get in my truck, drive to my buddies in Houston, and just go back to work, make money, set myself back up like I was going.
so what would happen if you do that?
But well, then I leave my mother and my father,
Right, yes,
who
and that's
really
gonna
kind of
make you,
needs me in their life.
yes,
But it
and that,
doesn't matter.
no, hold on. Would leaving your dad and your mom make you feel good?
No, it will
Of
not.
course not. So what makes you feel good?
Nothing.
Staying with your dad and your mom right now. It's 3% more feel good than the other feel good. The other one feels good
No,
too, but you're coming to the conclusion that this one feels better. Because if you move
no.
away
I
from this
chose love.
situation, and that feels good.
I'm choosing the love because they need my love
Yes.
to help them out in life because of where they're at in life.
Yes.
And
You
it's putting everything about me on the back burner.
isn't
It
that
doesn't feel good.
isn't that avoiding pain?
What pain? I'm in pain.
The pain, yeah.
I should be
Again,
doing my own thing and feeling good and not worried
why
about
don't you
that,
do it?
like in your standards,
Why don't you do it?
because it would be a morally wrong thing to do.
And what happens if you do something that is morally wrong? How are you gonna feel about that?
Uh,
Just say it. Come on. You're gonna feel bad.
well, because I think God put me here.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
why we have to go
But
through
if
this
I go
question
to
and
what
answer?
makes me feel good, it's not going to work out, my friend.
Yeah, you can test it. Go and do what makes you feel good and spend 2, 3 days over there and see how you feel after 2, 3 days. You're gonna feel horrible and you're gonna go
Yeah.
back to what feel more good than the good that you think that you're supposed to be feeling. You
Nah, I
are
don't think
always a
so.
human being. Yes, 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 yes. You're telling me. I'm not telling you. You're telling me this.
Yeah, I am. I'm telling you that I already know it's not going to be good. Even though it'll feel good, it just won't be good
And if at the end
eventually.
it doesn't feel
Eventually.
good, well, how are you gonna feel? You know, you can take an action because you're feeling good, but you evaluate your action before taking it. And if you know that you're gonna take an action because it feels good, and you are in that result of taking that action, probably one day later, or 3 days later, you're not gonna feel good. You know what's gonna happen because you love your family, you love your parents, and you know some place deep in your heart that even though you would like to be doing these things, you know that your priority, your more feel good is in your family. You're gonna feel awful if you leave your family just because
Uh,
you want to be with girls and money and cars.
well, actually, all that's already been scratched out due to the calling that I got. So those are things I'm repenting on. So
Crypto, before I close
thinking
down
morally
this
right.
this live stream, I think probably, even though I'm doing all these live streams, I think there's only a few people in the live streams that come often. Normally they come to the live stream that are starting to understand what I'm trying to tell people. I think that the problems that we are having in this world are being created by us by ignoring how we operate as human beings. It mostly has to do with the process we take by taking our feelings into reality by using this energy that I call feel. Feel will make you move in life into the direction of moving away from pain and moving into pleasure. If you don't understand, myself included, I don't understand that very well, I'm gonna be used by someone else. This is bound to happen. Or I will be taking wrong decisions in my life based on my lack of knowledge about myself. Crypto, I'm out of here. I'm shutting down this live stream. I don't want to take more than 4 hours. I don't want to go over 12 o'clock.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Just do me a favor with your AI, JPTs, and all that you play with.
mhm.
Look at some of the videos where they ask the AI personal questions and
I
how
have
they ask them.
I have seen like
Yeah, well,
thousands of them.
yeah. So do yours just to make sure yours is being honest with you. Okay.
Oh, no, no. You always have to be careful with AI. Always, 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 because
Yep,
they
yep,
make
yep.
lots of mistakes, lots of mistakes, and
All
of course,
right,
they are
Rogers.
biased. Thank you,
All
Crypto.
right.
Have a
You
good
have a
night,
good
man.
one. Thank you.
You too. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So, thank you, everybody. I saw some of these conversations interesting. Diva Don't Play is still on the live stream. It would have been nice to hear your opinion on this commandment for God. Diva Don't Play. I'm a loser. I know I am a loser. What? Diva Don't Play. Why are you saying these things? I can't. I'm an idiot. Hey, what's going on here? Man, I gotta clean my glasses. This is not Diva. Wait a second. What kind of conversations are you guys having on this chat? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to find out at this late at night. Why is Diva saying these things? Someone make Diva feel bad, or he's just trolling? Someone can tell me what's going on in this chat? Diva Don't Play, are you okay? All right, so it's you guys are joking. Okay. All right, you scared me there for a second. All right, guys, thank you very much. Thank you, Hersey98 out of Babylon, Dragon Karatzik, Charles Oliver, Diva Don't Play. Everybody, oh boy, appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow night on another live stream. Let's see what other goodies that we have for tomorrow. All right, guys, have a great night.